said they changed batteries already. I just want to double check.
Test, test, test. Okay. Can everyone hear me? Yeah?
All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to be starting here in just a minute, give everybody a chance to kind of file in. I think there's still a few people over at the expo floor taking a look, but they should be here 1 or 2 minutes and then we'll go. Before we start, though, I do have a quick pitch for one of our sponsors today. We are lucky to have Quest, who's sponsoring this room for us at SCaLE 22. So we're going to give them just a quick shout out. Specifically, right, Quest deals with Postgres. Postgres is great, but managing their database growths and scaling without downtime is always tricky. That's where Quest SharePlex comes in. Real-time replication, zero downtime migrations, and easy scaling. Add to that Foglight, and you can get full visibility into performance bottlenecks. If you're looking for ways to make your Postgres work smarter, not harder, you want to talk with Quest. At your next break, they're in the expo hall at booth 422. Okay, thank you. Okay, so looks like just a couple more coming in. Okay, welcome again, SCaLE 22. Our talk today follows the general track, so I hope that's where you are all expecting to be. We are lucky to have Mr. Jared Bernard, faculty at Metropolitan Community College, teaching Linux system administration. He's going to talk today on how to do everything in a terminal. We'll show some various applications, terminal apps that are just handy and good to have. If you would please, let's give a nice round of applause for Jared. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. This has been a lot of fun. So I'll introduce myself a little bit more. I grew up out here in Southern California, but I live in the Midwest now, just outside of Omaha, where I teach. That's kind of my contact information. Most of it, that YouTube channel doesn't stay up to date. It's really if I have something for my class that I need to put online, I put on there, but you can check it out. There's some things on there too. Some of the scripts I'm using and things like that, if you want them, I didn't post them on the talk page. The slideshow is, though, so you can always download the slideshow from there. But if you want my scripts and things that I kind of mention, you can email me and I can send those to you. All right, talk about how I got here first. Why am I giving this talk? It started in 2001 when I installed my first version of Linux. It was Red Hat Linux that I bought at CompUSA off the shelf. And anyway, that's what started it all. And I started a job that I pretty much automated. And so I got pretty bored at the job. And I had recently jumped in the whole Linux scene, and I learned how to SSH. And I started SSHing to my computer at home, and I really love that, and I thought that was really fantastic. And I go like, what can I do with this now? I really didn't know how to do much. And I go like, I wonder, I'm not allowed to check my personal email at work, but it's okay if I'm SSHing to my home and doing it, right? Sure, okay. And so I figured out how to do that in a terminal through SSH shell. And then I go, let's see how far I can push this, right? I go, this is back in the early 2000s, and so there wasn't any Spotify wasn't around and things like that. But I had a large collection of MP3s. I go, can I stream my music that's on my home computer to my work computer while I'm working? Yeah, and I figured it out, how to do that, right? And then I really tried to push the limit here. And something I probably shouldn't have done, but I did anyways, because it was a great experiment and good learning process, is I got, can I watch TV at work? Right? And so back in the day, they had these TV cards that you can put in, PCI slot, in your computer, and it had a coaxial cable, and I could plug my cable right into the coaxial cable and then pull the screen. I go like, can I stream that through SSH? Through a terminal over to my work, and I could, of course. And I did it once or twice, and then I was kind of done. I moved on to something else. I got really bored with my job, so I started applying for other positions. I go like, can I work on my resume at work, but on my computer at home in a Word document like, how do I do that, right? And I figured it out. I was able to build my resume while at this work, looking for another job, but working strictly in the terminal and building a resume. And created a doc file and a PDF out of it that I can then submit, which I can send through email, through anyway, and it all was great. And that's how I came this love and this passion for working in the terminal. So that's kind of how I got here. All right, so now what to kind of expect a little bit here is I'm really just focusing on desktop tasks, right? Things you do on a desktop, things that are normally done in a GUI, and how to maybe transition them to a command line. And the other thing, when I'm talking about command line, terminal shell, I'm kind of lumping all those things together, even though there is distinct differences between those terms, but I'm kind of meshing them all together. There will be examples. There'll be links to every application that I'm showing. And these things are just I'm using. There are plenty of other applications out there that do some similar things. But anyway, that's kind of what to expect. And hopefully, you walk away with one or two things that you can transition into a terminal that you're currently doing in a GUI. Okay, that's kind of my objective. And I will say there are 1 or 2 slides that are wrong that I just found out about, so I'll kind of call those out when those are presented. So let's kind of get started here and dive in. All right, the first thing, I'm going to spend some time talking about documents, because I think this is one of the trickiest ones. And it's probably one of the most common desktop functions that people do is working with documents and different formats of documents. And how do you translate that into the command line or into a terminal, right? And unfortunately, the dominant format is usually docx. Microsoft Word is still widely used in that format. And so we need to understand what a docx file is. And basically, it's just an XML file that's zipped up with a bunch of other files for formatting and the images and everything else. And so we can unzip that, and we can directly edit the XML if we're comfortable with that. And I'll kind of show you here. Let me see if I can demonstrate some of this here and show you. What did I want to go into? So if I go into here. All right, so I just have some sample files here. Hopefully you guys can see that. I changed the theme in my terminal, so hopefully it's a little more visible. I usually like a black background on here. So let me just find my notes, make sure I'm doing this right. All right, so the first thing is we can look and analyze using zip info to look at this document. So we'll look at this sample 3 document. And we can see what's in actually a docx file right there. The main document that we're looking at is right here, is this document XML. Is the main context. Everything else is styling and images you can see here. So there's certain meta images and themes. There's an image that's inserted into this document. Here, I'll actually show you what the document looks like. I'm an old man, so my eyes are bad, and they made me use this resolution. So I apologize. So we'll kind of open this up. Okay, take a look at what this list looks like here. So as you can see, this is in documents. There's some links and everything else that is in there. And so then what you can do is you can just literally edit the XML if you want to. And that gets a little tedious to me, particularly if you're just kind of doing small updates to documents and things like that. But eventually you can, and then you can zip it back up, and you can have something like this. And you can see you can see here I did edit it. I edited it in Vim, and I did change part of the document right there. That shows that's my little edit contribution to this document. And you can see it still keeps your list, it keeps links, it keeps your images and everything else, and you're able to have a Word document, just like that. All right. Now, one big tool, and I'm going to be talking about this a lot, is Pandoc. Pandoc is an amazing tool, and it's a conversion tool. It allows you to convert into lots of different types of formats. And what we're trying to do is convert into something we can manage in a text editor, right? Manage it there and then convert it back. And so Pandoc is great for this. I prefer using Markdown. It's just super simple, easy, and convenient. So I really enjoy just putting in a Markdown. Actually, several of my assignments and labs that I put together, I do use Pandoc. I create everything in Markdown. It's really simple, and then I convert it to DocX, and my students have no idea. You know, they just open it up in their word processor and manage it that way. So I have some of the commands there that we actually use for that. Now, conversion isn't perfect, particularly if you're going from DocX to Markdown back to DocX. Things get a little wonky, but you know, it's okay. So mileage kind of varies a little bit here. I can show you, well, here's Markdown. I can show you in the terminal here. So I have one of the Markdowns here on what it looks like. I'm just a Vim user, so. So you see, this is pretty readable, right? For the document, even does tables and everything else. And so you can really edit this fairly quickly and easily. And you come up and I'll show you what it converted to when I went through Pandoc here. And you'll see some differences here. Notice the sample, the header up here, is not red anymore, right? And it's more centered. So kind of a small little conversion there. But some of the headings seem to be pretty good. The lists seem to be pretty good. Links still are links and work. Even you got the images still embedded in there. One thing that doesn't work, I'll show you, here's the columns. Columns seem to be kind of tough. And so you see we didn't really get our columns down there. But pretty close, right? Close enough, maybe. I don't know if it's good enough. Depends on your need, your use case. So Pandoc is great to be able to do these type of things. Now, if you want something with better formatting, LaTeX, I know I called this latex for a long time, but I guess the proper pronunciation is LaTeX. LaTeX is a great document preparation system. It does there's a bit of a learning curve to it, but you can create some beautiful documentation with this. It doesn't convert directly to DocX, but it does great PDFs. And highly recommend it. And I give you some commands there on how to convert to different documents with that. So if LaTeX is kind of overwhelming, because there's a bit of a learning curve, Overleaf is a great tool to have. If you go to this is a website that has tons of submissions of LaTeX templates that you can use, so you can download anything from reports to flyers to books. Anyway, all types of formats and constructs and templates that you can use and download and then create PDFs from. And so basically you just download those, edit them in a text editor, what you need to edit. All the theming is already done for you and everything else. And voila, you have some beautiful PDF and beautiful documents using Overleaf. How am I doing on time here? Because I got lots of things to go through. Okay, I'm actually a little behind here. So I'm going to pick up the pace a little. Slow me down if you need me to slow down. But like I said, these slides are available. LibreOffice is great. Did everyone know LibreOffice had a headless mode where you can use LibreOffice in the terminal? Right. So you can use LibreOffice in the terminal to convert documents to different types of formats. Anything that LibreOffice supports. And it's really awesome and really cool. So you can take any type of DocX or HTML and change it to ODT or to a PDF and whatever else you want and back and forward, and it works really well. So if you're okay with DocBook or HTML, HTML is another good format too to create your documents in and then convert over to a PDF or to a document or something like that. And LibreOffice does that. And so there are some commands that you can use to be able to use that, and it works really great. So I'm going to be bringing up LibreOffice a bit for a few other documents as well. It's Pandoc. Another conversion tool is Uniconv. I think that's how it's spelled. And this converts to a lot of different formats and works really, really well as well to convert different type of document. If you're not concerned about really reproducing anything and you just want to read documents, docx to text is really good. It doesn't support graphics at all or formatting at anything, but if you just need to read the contents of a Word document, it's a great tool to have. And of course, PDF to text. So if you get PDFs and you need to read PDFs, you can do that. I'm going to show you later how you can actually just view the actual PDF in the terminal later, instead of just converting it into text. If you need older formats supported, here are some great tools that actually allow you to work with older formats as well. Okay, I got 52 slides. I'm on slide 14, and I'm really behind. So anyway, if I don't finish, that's fine. Hopefully I've taught you something. Now, let's get to some fun stuff, like viewing images. How do we view images in a terminal? So TIV is one I've just recently found. Let me demonstrate that here real quick. And I'm going to use the Kitty terminal. Has anyone heard of the Kitty terminal? Kind of fun. GPU supported. Has these little like supporting applications, I guess, called kittens, all very cute. And one of those kittens is called iCat, where you can view images and videos. And we're going to stream YouTube in a terminal, very clearly high-resolution YouTube videos. I'll show you that later. That's kind of one I'll definitely cover before we end here. So let me kind of show you that, just to show you what it looks like. Now, TIV isn't, I don't know if it's pronounced TIV or TIV. Oh, I forgot, I'm already in it. Okay, so I have two pictures here. We can look at that here. We'll look at Bill, one of my heroes there, Bill Joy, right? Creator of VI. Now, a bit pixelated, right? Not perfect, but let's look at the iCat now and what iCat can do here in the Kitty terminal. And this time we'll look at Grace, another hero of mine. Good old Grace Hopper. Look at that. That's pretty good, right? That's as clear can be, right? So, this command's a lot longer than what I did. This will actually, this kind of puts placement and size on your document. You can see that Grace Hopper photo really was big, and you had to scroll up to see it. So you can actually scale it down a little bit with that command. Another cool feature is Ranger. Anyone use Ranger? Ranger's tons of, it's a file manager, right? But it has these plugins that you can add to it for document viewing, which is really cool. So you can look at PDFs, you can look at Word documents, you can look at and what's in there as you're viewing it. And it's a great tool, and I think it has to be supported by every distro that I would think. So let's just look at Ranger here, and I can kind of show you a little bit of what I mean. So as we go kind of through these, like for instance, let me go to the pictures here. See, I can see the pictures in here as I'm scrolling through these. I can do that. If I have these documents here, I can start viewing some of these see how the documents are popping up and everything, and you're just viewing them and things like this. So Ranger's really powerful, really kind of cool. It's meant to be a file manager, but you can also view documents with it as well. So kind of very cool. Love that. Now we're talking more about word processing and document processing. We need to have other features, right? Because when you open up word processing, there's spell check, dictionary check, grammar checking, and all this other kind of stuff. Well, we can use that too, because I can't spell for squat. You'll see I'm a little dyslexic. You'll see that in some of my slides here, which I didn't correct. And that's where some of the mistakes are. And anyway, these come in very, very powerful tools to be able to do those dictionaries. How am I doing on time? Because I can do demonstrations, but I also don't want to take all the time here. I'm going to kind of just, you can trust the slide here for this. So anyway, very fun. I am a Vim user, so and I've just switched over to NeoVim, but it has this great spell checker that's built in right in. Like literally, it highlights the word that's misspelled. You can jump right to it. You can pick the correct spelling of the word. Boom, it corrects the spelling, and just really kind of cool tool. One thing that was really tough to find, and there's some other. These are kind of some other really cool ones I used to use before, but is grammar check. Grammar check was something that always, and I'm poor grammar too. So this is a wonderful tool I just found recently. It's called Grandma, and it works really well. So when you have these text documents, you can just run it through grammar, and it corrects it, gives you suggestions and how to correct your grammar, and which I greatly need. And it's just a really powerful tool. You do need to be connected to the internet because it connects to some server and everything else, but works really, really, really great. Let's talk about spreadsheets now. Okay? Whew, got rid of all kind of word processing stuff. Spreadsheets. So spreadsheets we start to get a little bit more difficult, but we have this awesome tool. SC, I used to use SC way back in the day, and now they have SC improved. And it is improved because it supports Excel documents, current XLSX documents, as well as CSV documents, so that you can quickly import in, edit documents, create functions and calculations, and then save it back and export it out in that same document and then send it out. It can even support charts as well. So it's a really powerful tool. Now, if people are doing something like pivot tables and things like that, some of those things start getting lost in it. But here, let me demonstrate that, because that's kind of a quick little demo. I'll just show you how we can open up. So I can just do... There you go. I mean, it's as easy as that. And then you're in the document. It uses, and again, I'm a Vim guy, so it uses the Vim key bindings and everything else. And so you can go in and you can edit each cell and change it and do whatever you need to do with your Excel document. So kind of very cool that it supports that. Again, LibreOffice comes in. You can convert these things, right? So you can always convert it to a CSV file. You can edit it. I do a lot with CSV files in Vim, and sometimes that's quicker for me, or Python sometimes, and then I want to convert it back to where somebody else can read it. And anyway, LibreOffice is really good for being able to do that and converting back and forth on things. Now, PDFs. How do we view PDFs? We've done a little bit of this. And Ranger is a good tool. Kind of showed you some of the Ranger, and pretty good. Using LaTeX is great, and that creates PDFs. But you know, if you're creating PDFs, other people can't edit it if that's what needs to be done. So just understand that that's a limitation of it. Now, to view these things, and this is where this one document's wrong. I didn't use Pandoc to do this. Anyway, but look at how I'm presenting this. This slide right here, these are images that I'm presenting. These are my slideshow is just, what I did was I used LibreOffice and did Markdown and converted over to a PowerPoint, then converted it to a PDF, and then I used ImageMagick, and that's where that's wrong. I didn't use Pandoc. I used ImageMagick to convert from PDF to images, to JPEGs. And what I'm showing you in the terminal now is JPEGs. And then how am I scrolling through these? Is I just created a little for loop that runs through each thing, and every time I hit enter, it progresses over to the next slide. Very easy. I have that as a little script. And actually, I just did that last night, because I go like, how am I gotta do this in a good way? So I just kind of whipped that up together. It's very hacky. But it seems to work, right? Everyone liking the slides and everything else? So this is all in the Kitty terminal. Every slide I'm showing you, and they're just images that I converted over when I created these PowerPoint presentations. So really kind of cool there. All right, some other slide presentation tools here. PresTerm is a good one, and it supports images, and it's created strictly by text files. So you can always do this in the terminal. I used TPP for a long time. I really liked it. It didn't have any images, so I didn't use it this time around. It only uses the text that's actually in the terminal that is set and configured. So sometimes that can be really small, and sometimes I want really big text and things like that. So anyway, that's why I decided not to go with that today. But anyway, these are some good mentions if you want to do slide presentations. There is, yeah, it's just cut off there, I think. Now, how do we manage online documents, right? If you're keeping documents, if you're using Google Docs, if you're using iCloud, if you're using OneDrive, can you sync and use those documents? Yeah, of course. You can do everything in the terminal. That's the purpose of this talk, right? And so our clone is awesome, guys, and it works with almost everything. Every service, other services I haven't even heard of, it works with, right? So I'm a big, I use a lot of Google stuff. And so I use Google Drive, and it's awesome. And I can sync, I can pull, I can push, I can list documents. And so here let me demonstrate that here a little bit here, just so you guys can see how easy. Let's see, I take my notes just in case, because if I get a little nervous, I start not typing right, and demos don't always go well. I didn't put the one I wanted, but anyway, we'll try it out. Oh, I knew what I want. Let's see, this should list, oh yeah, there we go. So this is from my Google Drive, and the LSD is a list directories in the books folder that I have on my Google Drive. So these are the ebooks that I have. These are the different folders that I have listed there, and kind of really cool, right? And so I don't think I'll have time. Yeah, I'm running out of time here. So I'm not going to push and pull. I was going to demonstrate that too, but it's all here in this. Anyway, I can send that to you. I don't think I have it here in the slides, but I can send those to you. But it's well documented there, and our clone is really awesome to be able to do that. And literally, you can download it. So regardless of what it is, you can download it as almost as a conversion tool as well. So you can download things from Google Docs anyway as a docx file, as a PDF, as an image, and things like that. Really great. All you do is add the extension when you're pulling it, and then it converts it to that extension. It's really, really kind of cool. All right, another thing here, I just discovered this about 2-3 weeks ago. So if you have to create forums or surveys, sometimes that's done in an office and things like that. You know, where are we going for lunch? Vote for where, you know, and things like that, and SurveyMonkey and things like that. You can do this yourself through a bash terminal, through SSH. You don't even have to install anything, right? And it just all works through SSH. There are some of the commands. You can set up a survey in literally minutes, quicker than you can do on SurveyMonkey or some of these other tools that are out there. Super fast. You get the results. Then you send everybody just that link at the bottom, like SHT for that, and whatever you're calling your survey. That one's called Hello World, and boom, they can do surveys, and then you can get the results. It's amazing, cool tool. Whoever created this. Anyway, I was going to demonstrate that. Note-taking, another thing, too. I live by Joplin. I was an Evernote's person for a long time, and then, you know, weird things happened a few years ago. So I switched over to Joplin, and Joplin is great. It's open source. It's great. The reason I use that, it syncs to my phone. I can self-host the stuff if I want to, and it works really good. And there's a terminal app to it, as well as a GUI. And I'll show you. You guys can see my notes. Why not? Just don't tell anybody. There's my Joplin notes. These are my class. This is how I do my my lesson plans, my classes, and these are each of my classes here. And these are all broken out to my lectures that I give and everything else. So really kind of cool. if I knew how to get out of it. I can't get out, no. There we go. Whew. Just keep pounding buttons and it works, right? Jot, if you're a Obsidian person, Jot, haven't used it. I'm not an Obsidian person, but you can try that out. Obviously, there's some other options there, Simple Notes, a few others. Joplin is just super easy to set up, get going, running, has this app, syncs really well. So some other options. Calendar items, right? We have to calendar, we have to schedule appointments, we have to do things like that. One of the tools I've been using for a long time is SCaLE, and I think that's how you say it. And it syncs with my Google Calendar. I told you I'm a bit integrated into the Google infrastructure here. And it's a great tool. It's been using for years with these APIs, and it works really, really well. And because I want something that syncs. I have a big family, a bunch of kids, right? They're all teenagers, and they have events, and I got to keep track of all that stuff as far as work stuff. And so I can just do that. And so my favorite feature, you can have different types of views. Like my favorite one is the agenda, where it just kind of, forgotten L, see? Dyslexia there. Just needs to connect to the web. So this gives me kind of, I think, a week out. It's connecting, there we go. And so here you go. So now you guys know where I'll be when I'm flying out. Hopefully it doesn't have my airline or anything in there. Parent-teacher conferences for my kids, all that kind of stuff are there as well. And again, you can add and edit right from the terminal using this too. You can add appointments, add reminders, schedule, everything can all be done and managed through this. Here's kind of like a weekly view, but you can do a month view, a day view, whatever you want, but like, there you go. Kind of really cool. It syncs to everything there. So I love that tool. Calculus is another really good one. I haven't seen how it can sync with anything. I guess there's probably a way to do it. Also has a to-do built into it, which is really kind of nice. Reminds is a great tool. I'm kind of really running out of time. That's why I'm rushing and talking really fast and things like that. So really cool applications to kind of manage your time and things like that. And time tracking is a great thing. I've used both of these tools here. The first one, I don't know what it's called, BartIB, I don't know how to pronounce it. But anyway, I've used it great for tracking times. If you're like tracking billable hours or chargeable hours or how much time you're working on a certain project, that is a great tool to do. And TaskWarrior is great for to-do listing. I used it for project management type stuff, for my own personal projects. I don't know how to do for large scale stuff, but for personal stuff, it worked really, really well. And I really liked it. And it has reporting features and everything on it. Really powerful tool. Love it. Browsing the internet. Right, how do we browse the internet? The modern internet, right? Well, if you want purely terminal, then Browse-SH, which has Firefox backend on it, and it does support HTML5, JavaScript, some video. It's very pixelated. I can demonstrate it here because that's a quick one. Go to CNN.com or something like that, just because it's a short URL. You know, so you have something like that. It's very pixelated. You know, if you're sitting in the back of the room, it probably looks pretty good, right? At the front, it's probably like, what is going on there, right? So, yeah. Anyway. It's pretty good. There's some other options here. So if you want more Chromium type of backend, you can do that. And I know there's links too. I used to do that graphically. I couldn't find any documentation getting it to work currently, so I'm not going to demo that. But anyway, there's some other options out there too. Searching is really cool as well. So like if you just want to do a quick search, like my terminal's already open, right? I mean, I really only use two applications. I use a terminal, I use a browser, 99% of the time. And so my terminal's already open. I want to do a quick search. You can just do a quick search. And you can actually tie it to, I need to look because I don't always use it this way. So let me see, slide 29. I want to make sure I'm doing it right. I'll kind of show this. Just so you kind of see what it looks like. So you can define the browser. And we're going to use W3M, which is a terminal browser. And we're going to look up Linux, because we all like Linux, right? And there's your Google search. And then you can pick which option you want, and then it takes you to the particular web page. So if I pick 8, and it just takes you right to the web page. And it's super fast, right? If you're just doing text kind of stuff. So another one I can't get out of. All right. Social media. How do we do social media? Right? Well, we want to do social media. So here are some really good options. Newsboat is a great RSS feeder. Anyone use Newsboat? No? Yeah? No? Okay, a few people. It's great. Yeah, so for Reddit, the thing is with these, we used to have some really great tools just a few years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, where I posted to Facebook, Instagram, like all through a command terminal, but the APIs have changed. They made some other, anyway, they've messed everything up. They really don't like you using some of these third-party tools. Same thing with Twitter. Twitter's pretty much got rid of everything that's not their own stuff. But with Reddit, at least we can read things. You can't respond, you can't like, you can't do other things and interactions, but you can at least read it using Nerdspell. And then you can use some curl magic. I'm going to bring up curl a few times for some things. Curl's a fantastic tool to be able to do things. So for instance, you can check the status if Ninja is online and if he's currently live streaming, if you want to. And see, and there's the command there. I guess it's hidden there by the icon there. There is the Twitch TUI. I'm not really on Twitch all that much, so I haven't really tried that tool, but it looks pretty promising. So if you want to look at that stuff. I was going to demonstrate some of this, but again, not there. Another thing, I do use Discord a lot because a lot of my students use Discord. And so Discordo works great. Works perfectly. You can respond, you can interact, you can text, everything else. I think I can probably whip up that really quick here. I'm going to go into I need to, I think, actually get into oh, I have to log in. I'm not going to waste time. All right. Thought I did that before. All right. But anyway, it works really well. Email. We have to do email. We talked about email. And I've been a long-time Alpine user. I've used Mutt as well. Those are great tools. But I just found this, I don't know how to pronounce it, the AERC, Eric, is that how it's pronounced? The setup for it, so easy. Like literally, I did the setup for my Gmail. Like trying to set up Alpine and Mutt for Gmail, it takes a bit. Right? You can do it. Documentation out there isn't great. A lot of it's outdated because Google's changed things. Microsoft has changed things. And it gets a little tough. But to Eric, I guess is what I'm going to call it, works really great. Super simple. Has a great interface. Can do attachments, everything else. So I highly recommend it. Just trying to check my time here, gauge things a little bit. Okay, yeah, I got to keep going. All right. Radio, you can stream music, right? So Pi Radio is awesome. I'll actually play some of this because audio is kind of fun. I think I can do this fairly quickly. Now, I don't have a Spotify premium account, and it seemed like a lot of the popular streaming like Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, you have to have premium pay accounts. I don't have pay accounts for any of those. I stream free music, I guess, or have what I have. So I wasn't able to test those, but I researched them. They look pretty good and pretty valuable. But I want to show you the Pi Radio. That should be really quick here. And what it looks like, and you just pick a station. I can't see that because it's really weird background. And I play it. Oh, Sleigh Radio. I don't know what that is, so hold on. So can you guys hear it? It's not very slay. There's something playing there. All right, anyway. Oh, let me show you MPV too. And that one I know works. So if you want local, like if you have your own stuff, you can play local stuff here. I'm going to play some AC/DC. I can play. You can make playlists, you can do all sorts of things. So you play music in the command line. It's the coolest thing ever, right? If you can do that. All right, watching YouTube. This is one I really want to show you because this is a great one. This is how do we watch YouTube? Clear quality, stream YouTube without ads. That's a big thing right now, right? There's no ads. Oh, without ads, right? Yes, YouTube X. Oh my gosh, amazing, right? It is great. Let me demonstrate it. Gotta get in the right. Oh yeah, gotta remember what directory I have it in. And the thing, now this is not necessarily in repositories, but there's the GitHub page, and you just literally download it, and the executable's there, and you run the executable. That's why I'm just running it from a folder, and it's really kind of cool. Look at that. So it instantly comes up. We can do a search. There's a search. I'll type Linux for the search. There it is. It's finding Linux videos for me, or it should. Boom, there are my Linux videos. Which one looks good? Stages of using Linux. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't know. I haven't previewed any of these, guys, so I don't know if there's anything scary coming up. And then you just click watch. Oh, wait. Wait. It works better in the Kitty terminal. Sorry. So let me switch back to that. Because it works really well. I'm not used to having a bunch of people watch me type, so. There we go. Okay, we'll do this again. We'll search again. We'll type Linux. Come on. There we go. We'll do the stages of Linux, and we want to watch that. And depending on the internet speed and what we got here. What? No. This is why you don't do live demonstrations. Oh my gosh. Disappointed me. Let's see if it's another video. Why I'm ditching Firefox. Ooh. Controversial. Let's see. Come on, guys. All right. It works. I swear it worked last night and it worked just this morning. That's why you don't do demos. Anyway, it comes up clear picture. It really does. I don't know. I'll figure it out 5 minutes after this is over, and I'm sure it'll work perfectly. Drives me nuts. That's the one I was most excited about. All right. Anyway, it does work. Anyway, YouTube download is really good as well, and you use that for your own videos, right? I just want to make sure I cover myself here legally. Only use them for your own videos. All right, T-Image is another image viewer that's in there. I think I've already showed you some images, how to do it with iCat, kind of the same thing, using the Kitty terminal. FFmpeg. So how do we record video? You want to create your YouTube videos, put them up on YouTube. You want to record your screen and you talking. You want to be a Linux YouTuber. Here you go. All you need is FFmpeg. Great tool. Ooh, can do tons and tons of stuff. There are some commands to actually record your screenshot, record from the webcam if you want, create videos. There's lots it can do. That's like, we can spend a week talking about FFmpeg and all the stuff it can do. But I just wanted to get you guys started here. Now how about, we don't have Zoom. There's no Zoom client for the command line. So how do we have remote meetings? Well, this gets, right, we have to put together a bunch of different tools to kind of get this going, right? So TMUX, which is a multiplexer, divides up your screen, but you can also share. So if you're on a LAN and you need to share your terminal, TMUX is great. I give you the instructions on how to do that there. But what if you're over the internet? Here's Teammate. I've used this with students. Like when I'm conferencing with them and I just use Teammate, I send them a URL and boom, they come up and they can see my terminal remotely. Now, what if you want to have voice as well? So Twilio has a command line tool. There is a cost for making phone calls, but you can make phone calls through a terminal application using Twilio, okay? Chat, if you need to chat, use IRC. Super easy to set up, man. I use Arisi. It's a great tool. There's hundreds of other ones out there you can use. That's just the one I tend to use. Now, if you need to share files, I just discovered this a week or so ago about GSocket. Is anyone familiar with GSocket? You can transfer files behind routers. Super easy. Like no port forwarding, no nothing. It's great. You can share folders and things like that. I don't know how they do it, but it's really, really good. Also, another thing is I've just kind of gotten into SCaLE. SCaLE is another option, does very similar things where you can share files, share folders. They're here in the exhibit. They didn't pay me for this. I'm just a happy customer of theirs, and it's free. It's set up. You can add people to your network securely to share whatever you want to share as well. But I didn't put them on the slide. So collaboration, you kind of have to use a bunch of these other tools, but you can do voice and share screen and chat and share files. Really easy. You just have to use a bunch of tools kind of all at the same time. Okay, multiplexers are great. If you're familiar with multiplexers, I started out with Screen back in the day. Screen is great, and then TMUX came along, added some extra features, and I really J, I think it's what it's called. SCaLE, and is great. It just has additional features as well. I can show you if people aren't familiar with it. So what it does is does that, and then you can split your, you can open up another screen, all that you want. It has the nice little menu down at the bottom, which I know you can do with the TMUX and some others. But anyway, I think it's really kind of cool, and it has some additional features which are really good, and you can start splitting up your screen and resizing them any way you want. Anyway, so I'm calling that window management. In quotations there. Now, this is where my dyslexia comes in because this slide's wrong too. It's not ESP, it's EPY. I don't know where I got that from. Anyway, so that slide's wrong. But I like to read. I'm a slow reader, but if you're into ebooks, I have a bunch of ebooks. This is a great way to read online, and it works really, really well. I think, oh man, okay, I'm over time. I can't show you. All right, let's go through this. I have like 10 slides. I'll go through in about 2 seconds each. All right, 10. DistroBox, amazing. If you want to try other distros that integrate with things, awesome. I did some of my stuff in DistroBox here today. Really, really good. Again, you can get these slides from, just go to the talk page for SCaLE, and you can download these things. The weather, you get really nice, accurate weather, really good. I even built an alias for that command there at the top, that curl command, and I just type weather, and boom, I get current weather. It's awesome. And you can get it in a week, you can get just the day, you can get all the stuff. You can actually do the moon phases and stuff. Really kind of awesome. I teach networking as well, besides Linux administration, and so I just added this in here. SIP Calc, I guess is what it is, and subnetting calculator. It's really kind of cool. I used to use BC for a long time, but now I just use Python. Like I've just aliased the P key to go to Python shell, and I just do everything in Python shell. It's super easy. Everything else. System monitoring. Anyone ever see Bash Top? Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's kind of, there's top, there's HTOP, and then there's Bash Top, and there's a few others. But this one you can really theme. Wow, that really looks bad in this theme with this background. But anyway, so that's really ugly. I usually have a dark theme going in there. There's cool AI tools. Oops, I got 1 minute. Password manager, Bitwarden. Any Bitwarden people? Awesome, right? Command line. They have cool command line tools. Packet capture. Here's just a bunch of fun stuff, so I won't go over these. Bunch of games. You can play games. You can play Tetris if you want. Word games. Anyway, there's all the resources. there's questions. That's me. I'm done. All right.
Yeah, give it up. That's great. That is a lot of information, Jared. Thank you for coming in and sharing that with us. We do have about 10 minutes for question and answers. I am going to ask two things, though. One, please wait for the microphone before asking your question. And number two, please limit just to one question at a time. We have a pretty packed house, so we'd like to get as many questions in as we can. All right? One moment, please.
Thank you for your talk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to look it up, but do either of those YouTube downloaders allow you to download just the audio of the
Yes.
rather than just audio and video, and then post-processing extract the audio? I didn't see it on the screen, but I could look up the command line option, but I thought I would ask.
Absolutely. You can convert two things. I'd say I know people, maybe people I'm related to, that download, that's how they get their MP3s on local devices. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that you didn't have your executables in your bin directory. Why not?
It was for demonstration purposes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's the
next
only reason.
question. 1 second.
Great talk. I was curious, what authentication methods are needed with rclone and SCALE?
So I have two-factor authentication. So you do have to go and get the secret key for rclone to work, and then it just connects directly. Makes it really easy. Yeah.
Your website's a terminal.
Yes.
Pretty dope. Quick question, where is this presentation in your terminal?
It's not on my website. I will put it into my website. Oh, what do you mean? This?
If I want this presentation, because I can't type that fast, where would I get it?
Yeah, so you go to the SCaLE site, you look up this talk, and then at the bottom, it's attached there.
Got it, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any more questions?
Behind you.
Oh, sorry.
Over there.
There we go.
When you're using the terminal browsers, how safe are those? Like if you go to a bad site,
Yeah.
what are the chances of getting infected? Is it, like I use links usually when I want to check out a site.
Correct. Yeah, and those are good, just the text-based ones that don't support JavaScript or things like that. I don't know if I can really speak to the safety of it. I think all browsers kind of suck and need improvement, but as it relates to that.
For the Gmail client, does it support two-factor at all?
Yes, I actually have two-factor. Yep, definitely does.
Have you ever been like banned from a service for potentially violating a TOS like Discord or something?
Not that I know of.
Hey, I don't want to be that guy doing like, have you heard about this program? But I was curious if you had used Yazi before.
Yes.
Y-A-Z-I. Yeah, and I noticed that wasn't in your file browsers, and I was curious if there was a reason, like if you just didn't know about it, or.
No, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, but I don't know the reason. I just find what I first find and use. Yep. So nothing against it.
The Google Drive aspect of it, do you know if it would support a cron job to automatically transfer files?
Absolutely. Actually, I've set up cron jobs to just push stuff up there, particularly backups. Yep.
Where do you get this list? Well, how did you acquire this list of programs? There's so many that,
Yes.
nobody seems to find them all. So how did you find these?
Correct. So, over 10, 15 years ago, I just put my own list together. And this is really before even GitHub was around and things like that. And so I actually created my own site, and I set it up, and I listed it, and I logged it. But it's really hard to keep up to date with all that stuff. And eventually, when I transferred it over to GitHub, and my life's busy, so it's way, you can still probably find it out there, but it's way out to date. But other people are doing it too. So actually, in the presentation, if we go, can we go back? This guy right here, he has a really good list. It's not as comprehensive as mine was, but it's a really good list broken out by tasks. And so, and then there's another companion one that's for TUI. Like this is strictly command line, and then you have TUI as well. Anyway, some more inkissers. So anyway, that's where I've used that resource quite a bit.
Okay, we have about 5 more minutes. Any questions? Any more questions? Okay, here we go.
Hi, my question is there any applications that you used to use that are like no longer, that you used to like that are no longer supported, or you wish they were still supported?
Yes, there are. I don't use social media a lot, but there's a Twitter client that was really good called Rainbow that I wish was still supported. And the Facebook command is FBCMD, I think, and it worked on multi-platform, and it was really good to post, get results, just to automate some of the social media stuff if you wanted to, or pull down certain queries and things like that. It was a really cool tool, but it's not supported anymore. Yeah.
Do you know of a graphing calculator from command line?
Python. Yeah, that's what I've used before for data stuff and to create charts. I don't know.
Hi there. I'm totally blind, and of course, using LYNX, most of the time I can't prove that I'm not a robot. There's not even a link to it, so I'm out of luck. It used to be where there'd be like a math problem on the screen, but there's not even that anymore. And that Brow SH you mentioned doesn't work with a screen reader, so that's, what can I say?
Yeah, I appreciate you mentioning that. Yeah, I didn't really look at accessibility stuff. And I don't know which tools work with eSpeak and which don't, so yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? Comments, feedback? Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so as you guys are walking out, not a problem, but thank you all, of course, for coming in. This is the general track. Next session in this room is going to be Choose Your Benefactor, Common Good or Corporate Good, where we'll have an overview of Linux licenses. So thank you.
2.
1, 2. 1, 2.
One more time.
1, 2.
I think you're good. Okay.
Hey, thank you, everybody. Welcome back, SCaLE 22. Talks in this room are following our general information track, so we hope you're in the right place. Our next talk is Choose Your Benefactor, Common Good or Corporate Good, presented by Benny Vasquez. Benny is the Board of Directors Chair with Alma Linux OS Foundation and will provide a crash course on open source licensing, the differences and similarities. We will take questions afterwards, but I do ask just a couple of things. Number one, please wait till I get to you with the microphone. So we are recording. If you speak without it, then those viewing the recording won't be able to hear, right? And then limit your number of questions. Depending on how long the presentation takes, we'll know how many, if you can ask 2 or 3 at one time or just 1. So, okay? If you would please give Benny a warm welcome, round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. At least a couple of you are going to have a nice little napping time in the beginning of this as we cover some stuff that you definitely know. But I want to get everybody on the same page as we get through it. I love SCaLE, so I'm extremely happy to be here and to be talking to you. Y'all aren't really here to learn about me, but just in case, I'm Benny. I have been in open source or around open source for what I think of as a long time, but I know that my view is going to be very centered on my experiences. And like I said before, a lot of you know and have been around in open source longer than I have. So if you have counterexamples or other ideas or anything like that that you want to share about what I'm saying, feel free to speak up. There's no ego for me in this talk, so absolutely. I also promised a bunch of information, and we're going to do the best we can with the time we've got. If I don't cover something or if we don't have time to get to your question, I will be at the Alma Linux booth for the rest of the weekend, so you can come say hi to me there. The first thing we're going to talk about, and the thing that's been getting a lot of confusion lately, is the definition of open source. Specifically, we're going to talk about open source licensing, but I'll warn you, I go extremely high level. Like, this is not like deep philosophical conversation sort of time. If you want a deeper look, there are lots of talks, lots of videos, lots of conversations, lots of articles that you can find on the internet that are great, and we'll cover them in depth. We'll cover that topic in depth. But the thing that we need to start with is that calling a collection of code open source requires that it be released under an open source license. And open source actually has a definition and a specific meaning. While there are more than 100 licenses, open source licenses, that are available for use, these are the most popular. If you're here, it is very likely that you have seen or interacted with at least one of these. You probably are intimately familiar with more than one of them. These licenses collectively are used by about 60%, more than 60% of the open source projects on the planet, making them obviously the most common. These licenses can be split into 2 high-level groups, permissive and copyleft. Copyleft, among other things, generally requires that the person who is consuming the code and potentially redistributing it retains the license of the code that they're using. Permissive license gives a lot more freedom to the developers who modify the code. This is high level, again, like I said. The list of things not open source could be very expansive, but it is essentially this one, right? Anything that's not approved by, no, not an OSI approved license. Who is the OSI, you ask? I guess there's also this one, right? Like, all of the source available licenses don't qualify as open source. For nearly 30 years, the Open Source Initiative has been responsible for championing and guarding the definition of open source. Founded in 1998, they've been the stewards of and protectors of that definition, and they've acted as the final authority for that definition. To quote from their website, the open source label was actually created at a meeting in February of 1998, and it was actually shortly after the announcement where the code for Netscape was released, which is hilarious to me, because I remember Netscape that I used in middle school. After that founding session, they wrote the first version, or like at that session actually, they wrote the first definition of the open source, like the open source definition, which was actually originally derived from the Debian Free Software Guidelines. And it was later slightly expanded. So the version that we use now is actually from 2004. As I said before, open source doesn't mean just access to the code. It also includes a list of guidelines around distribution of that code. Any of the open source Open Source Initiative approved licenses will allow software to be freely used, modified, shared while maintaining general neutrality and without discrimination. Though you might not think so, that list actually allows for a lot of freedom and a lot of flexibility, which is why we have over 100 licenses that you can choose from. If you are a weirdo and you want to go take a look, you can just read through even just the summaries of all of those licenses. It is many cups of coffee, many notes that you might take. The biggest reason that the definition of open source is getting a little bit confused right now is number 5 and 6. This no discrimination part. The lack of discrimination for me is both idealistic, but also key to what open source has done. The fight that they had in that meeting in 1998 was, how do we define what is or is not okay when we are all going to disagree about who should be allowed to use our software? Everything from, we as humans are divisive. We discriminate on a regular basis, everything from religion to Vim versus Emacs, which is basically the same, which everything from tabs and spaces, right? Everything from who makes rainbow cakes or who makes bombs. Everything from who makes money off of their code to who doesn't make money off of their code. Everything from who puts their tea bag in the cup before you pour the water on it, and those who are monsters. The key part here is that if we start to discriminate about who can use the software in our licenses, it no longer meets the definition of open source. No matter what we agree or disagree on, I don't get to decide that you do or do not get to use my code once it is released under an open source license. Having such a strict definition here is part of the reason that open source software has seen so much success. And that also means that open source software can be used all over the place, right? There is no industry that has not been touched by open source software in some way. There's no industry that hasn't benefited from open source software in some way. And that is incredible to think about, especially thinking about where it came from 30 years ago, right? It also means that it can be created in all of these places. And that is, for me, both the source of excitement around open source, because all of these different perspectives can come together, and also my concern as I decide as a contributor and as I advise other people who are contributors how to put their time, how to spend their time, how to get involved in an open source project that they care about. So let's get to like the evaluation part, right? For the purposes of this talk, I'm going to assume that you have generally decided about a lot of things, because it is impossible to cover everything in one talk. I'm going to assume that you have generally chosen what communication language you want to use, like English for me, what programming language you like or don't like, where you want to put your effort in terms of technology, where you want to, anything about general open source contribution guidelines, I'm going to assume you know most of that. And you're here trying to figure out how to evaluate a project for yourself. Evaluating that project and whittling down that list is where we're going to focus. I do feel like I would be letting folks down if I didn't also cover a couple of things that I don't see covered in a lot of the guides. Deciding, these two things actually get glossed over a lot, because we as longtime contributors are the ones doing the talking, and we ignore these things. We forget about them a lot. Even those who have been in open source a really long time really need this reminder. Number one, it does not matter where you are or what you're doing, your time is valuable. And recognizing that your time has worth means that you will pay attention to how much you commit to and how much you are giving to an open source project. It is like a currency that can be spent, but like a currency, it is very limited. It doesn't matter who you are, when you enter a project with the best intentions, you almost always go through this cycle. You get excited, you overcommit, you feel bad, and then you have to exit, or overwork yourself, or the dreaded burnout, right? You have to set expectations for yourself and with the project so that you are not overspending. No matter what, you're going to have a problem. Do we want to take questions in the middle?
That's up to you.
Yeah, I'd be fine with it. Hang on one second. He's going to bring. Okay, let's just do a repeat. Go ahead.
Why are you going to call me out like that?
For the recording, he said, why are you going to call me out like that? Calling myself out first, friend, I promise you. When you make promises to the project, make sure that you're making promises that feel like they are not going to be too much, but also aren't. You have to be honest with yourself. Even if the work feels easy, like, oh, I've written a code of conduct 20 times, I know how to do this. It's still work, right? It's still going to take up time. I'm going to assume here, too, that if you're at this conference especially, even though we all come from different backgrounds, you agree with me that all of those backgrounds are worthwhile, and coming together makes open source better. All of those different backgrounds and perspectives, when we pool our energy and pool our effort and pool our input, everything is better. It's a fantastic way, too, I'm sure you would agree, for people to get some real-world coding experience, some collaboration experience, some experience finding a community and building relationships with people that you don't necessarily see every day. Hopefully they're like-minded folks, but even if they're not, that is good experience. Working with people that are not exactly like you or from the same place that you are can help. And it's also a great way for me as an old person to give back to something that I care about. In all of those cases, like I said, being intentional about where you put your time and energy is really important. And that, coupled with this, is where things start to get a bit muddy. I'm hilarious, aren't I? Like, come on. If you aren't at this stage yet, then I'm going to recommend reading some guides. There are a million of them on the internet. Go find some. Literally, a quick internet search, you're going to get a bunch. I found this one. It was literally the first one in my search results. But when you go do that, read no less than 5. If all 5 of those say the exact same thing, we know where they came from. Just find some that have different opinions, right? But there's one thing that I very rarely see addressed in these guides: money. It doesn't matter where the code is stored, who is working on it, how idealistic we want to be about the software that we're building, the code that we're writing. Someone has to buy the hardware. Somebody has to pay for the storage. Somebody has to pay for the bandwidth. It does not matter where you're collaborating. Something is going to require money at some point. You cannot produce software without money being involved. The definition of open source doesn't at all account for money. It doesn't talk about where your funding comes from. It doesn't talk about monetization. It doesn't talk about, how I'm going to pay my bills, right? But let's break it down. I fought with myself a bunch about how I was going to break this down, but I ultimately landed on this approach. I will say that I'm immediately excluding any of the, me and my 4 buddies got together and wrote something. I'm also immediately excluding any single-person projects, frankly, because they don't fit into this format, and because funding those is very different from funding bigger projects. If you're looking at an open source project that is not a single person funding or not a small group funding, then they are either going to be generally corporate-backed or foundation-backed. Corporate-backed in this case means that there's a single company or organization that is producing this and stewarding the open source project. There are likely external contributors, but this company owns and controls it. Foundation-backed means that there's generally a nonprofit entity that is fiscally and morally responsible for stewarding the project, and that is ideally driven by the contributors' needs without commercial gain. For corporate-backed, we're going to think about some of the most common ones, right? WordPress, Nginx, Chef. They all have corporations behind them that fund them primarily. And think about, whatever. I didn't mean to bring drama in, is what I'm saying, okay? Foundation can actually be broken down into 2 categories. There's the multi-project foundations, right? Like Apache and Eclipse and the Linux Foundation. Those foundations house many projects underneath them, and those projects may or may not compete, may or may not collaborate, may or may not even know each other exist, right? Those, especially in the Linux Foundation, that thing is so big that there's a real chance that they don't even know each other exists. The foundation-backed, you're going to think things like Rust, like GNOME. I'm going to put Alma Linux up there because it would feel silly to do this talk and not be up there, but it also is hilarious to put us next to them. These are foundations that have many donors and many different groups collaborating, but are not, they are generally focused on one project, right? And I do want to pause here, because I am not at all trying to say one is better than the other. I don't want to tell you one is good or evil. I don't want to tell you one is right or wrong, because that's what we're here to decide. What you're here to decide, or what you're here to get, is the tools to decide for yourself, whatever feels good for you. Each of these structures has their own motivations, their own drawbacks. Each of these structures will either make you feel comfortable or not comfortable. I'm not going to judge you finding your comfort, period. It's important for you to know what you want and how you want to participate in open source. Generally, a corporate-backed project means that you, as a consumer of that project, or a contributor to that project, can be fairly sure that it has a solid financial backing, because the people that are involved in that project most commonly are also earning a paycheck. So it is worthwhile for them to make sure that that project continues to be something that their customers want. But it also means that they have customers, and the desires of their customers might conflict with the desires of their community. There will be external contributors likely, and those contributors might have different ideas about what the project could do or should do, and it might cause contention. But it also means that, it also means that they're likely to have a marketing and or developer relations function, which means that you're gonna have like contributor guides. You're gonna have things like, badges. You're gonna have things that when there's a corporation behind it, they can really feed into all of the community stuff that makes it really good and feel good to contribute there. What was your question? Oh, yeah. Yeah. The comment is that the corporations can lose interest. Yeah. And they can pivot, for sure. Absolutely. And that's, realistically, those are both things that are driven by the fact that their funding comes from the corporation, right? And they have to feed their customers, right? Foundation-backed, you can be much more certain that what they are doing is exactly what their community wants them to do. Because theoretically, the people that are controlling the project are going to be responsible to the community. Or they're going to be the people that are in there doing the work, right? The foundations, most of them, will be a nonprofit and voluntarily staffed. And that means that things like contributor guides are harder to find. It can be a lot harder to find documentation, to find guides of any kind. And it can be sometimes like walking into a room of absolute chaos. And I'm going to say, if you haven't seen Community, this scene alone makes the whole series worth it, honestly. Programmers don't like to write documentation, by and large. Finding free documentation writers is very hard. You might have to enter the chat of a project that you care about and say, hi, I identified a problem. I'd like to help fix it. How do I do that? It might be that this chaos is extremely off-putting to you, and that's okay. This is one more thing that plays into you deciding where to put your effort, where to put your time, right? I promise it's not normally really on fire. It might feel like it sometimes, but it's not actually on fire. The places that can feel most chaotic are also almost always the places that can use the most help, the places where you can have the most impact. Because if there is no contributor guide, and you come in and say, I would like to help write a contributor guide, the folks in that project, by and large, will say, yes, please. I would love that. And that kind of involvement in a project can have more impact than you could possibly understand, because the people who are looking for that guide before they contribute to a project will now be able to have it, right? Things might be still kind of a mess, but it's worth it if you like that chaos, or turning that chaos into order. This is, I'm gonna end so early. This is amazing. Okay, so anyway, I was gonna say, this part of evaluating a project is huge. And if all else fails, make yourself a list of important factors about open source that matter to you, that you want to evaluate. Open source is for everyone, from my perspective, from all backgrounds, all perspectives, all places of origin. But if you're like me and want to weigh at least a little bit your morals as part of that decision, the easiest way to kind of gauge whether or not a project is going to meet with your decisions is to follow the money. Like I said, it does not matter which project you pick, there will always be money involved, without fail. Choosing to contribute to a corporate-backed project does not mean you're wrong. Choosing to, any more than choosing to contribute to a foundation-backed project makes you right. It's also important to say that both of these options can be used to obfuscate motivations. I have seen, like he was saying, I have seen multi-million-dollar companies build a project without any real intention of encouraging the project to grow, and then offloading that project to a foundation so that they get the kudos of having donated a project. I have seen companies start open source projects because they're really cool, and then take over the project by just contributing a bunch of engineers. It's often seen as a fault of the project and is used as a reason to not contribute there sometimes. Because, well, that's just a front for this company. But if they're the ones showing up, doing the work, then that's what's gonna happen. It can only be countered if other companies show up to contribute. Also look at who's leading the project and how the governance works. These are the options I see most commonly, but also every organization has some kind of blend of these. For example, the Linux Foundation is definitely a combination of the first two. We've got both an elected board and an appointed engineering steering committee. We've got definitely a duocracy where like the things that get done are the things that people show up to do, and the people who are most involved are the people who show up to do the work. The foundation or the founder-led one is not always bad, right? There are many projects that we have seen that have had passionate people behind it, but occasionally they become the BDFLs, right? What'd you say? There are many ways that things could go sideways if there's just one person that has all the control. But I have also seen foundation or founder-led projects where the person is self-aware enough to hand off control, where they say, you know what, I know that I'm human, and I don't want to be solely responsible for keeping this thing going for the next 15, 20 years. So I'm going to set up a structure so that it can outlive me. I'm going to wrap it up with a quote from a buddy of mine. It was at this tiny, tiny event over in Ohio, 2023. Open source is not a spectator sport. If you care about open source, find a way to get involved and help get your friends involved and help spread the word about projects that you care about. Open source has a lot of ideology attached to it, but the more people we get involved, the better, without fail. And if you're benefiting from open source, find a way to give back. Even if it's just, you know, I always retweet them. Are we supposed to say retweet anymore? I don't think we're supposed to say retweet anymore. You know what I mean. If it's paying somebody to contribute to the project, that's one of my favorite ones, because if you are a company benefiting from an open source project and you have the ability to, just giving somebody 20 to 50% of their time to work on a project that you are benefiting from on a commercial basis can have a huge impact. It works best when we work together. open source, without fail, will do better when there's more people involved. And that's it. Who's got questions? Oh, shameless plug. If you want to know more about Alma Linux, scan the QR code.
Yep. Do we have questions? Give me a second here.
So I've seen open source projects that are essentially corporate sponsored, but they have the facade of being community run. Like they'll have a board that has 11 members and 6 of them by charter are appointed by the corporate sponsor. And effectively the corporation has control, but you will never see them, you will see them say we sponsor this project sometimes or equivalent to that, but they never say this is our project. They always express it in community terms, and it always makes me feel kind of squirrely, and I wonder if you have opinions on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the evaluation process, right? It is absolutely a human, I don't know what to say. There is absolutely a penchant for corporations to work hard to get the kudos for something without having to do the work, right? That's not new. And if there is a situation like that, then it feels very much like they're trying to get the kudos of saying we're sponsoring an open source project without giving up control, right? I guess, yeah.
I just wanted to add to that previous question.
Can you pull the mic closer to you?
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
So I just wanted to add to that previous, or to this discussion here of, for me, what I look at is the proof is in the pudding. So if, you know, they may have that set up, but, and you know, you look at that and you go, okay, that's a red flag, but then you look, okay, how does the community work? What stuff is actually getting into the project? What's actually happening? And that's a really good indicator of kind of the kind of goals and interest of the corporations or whatever, you know, that are involved in there. So.
Yeah, because on the other side of things, it can be, as a person who, especially this year, is going to be recruiting people to join our board, I know exactly how hard it can be to get people to be willing to be involved in open source leadership. So if you have, you said 11 members, right? If there's a huge portion of a board that is just one company, it may be that they had problems getting people invested in the project. That's one of the challenges, right? I think we had a question up here, right?
I was looking at the list of all the recent Y Combinator companies, and there was something that said like license or model or something like that. And I noticed that over the years, more and more had the term open core.
Yep.
Is that the same as the like corporate version of open source?
I don't think I've seen open core not related to a corporate. I'm sure that there may be other people that have. Nope, Steven says no, so. Yeah, so in that situation, open core is, here's a open source version of the software. If you want all of these features that are not included in what we release, you have to pay for it. And this code is almost never, Stephen will correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never seen it also open sourced. Like this code that you're paying for is going to have to be paid for, and it's going to be closed source. I'm so glad you came.
The one example that I can think of is the brilliant game that Elasticsearch played. Because when they relicensed, what they did is they merged all of the advanced features that were under a different license into the tree, so it wasn't easy to separate it.
Yep.
But everything was public still, just only some of it was open source.
Yep.
Can I just sneak in with one comment there? I was actually, I'm a fan as much as you guys are, so I was walking through the hall, and one of the monitoring tools, I was stopped and talked to them, and she was saying how their open source, free downloadable is actually more feature rich than their cloud version. So I don't know how long it will remain that way. They said, the cloud's relatively new for them, but it might be worth it if you're looking for a monitoring solution. Take a look at them.
Yeah, the other fun one was Docker. And the joy of that was it wasn't an open core game. So all the source code was available under an open source license. But if you just grabbed those free binaries, you could not use them in production. So you had to build your own. So again, there was value in giving the corporation money because they were doing the build and the support and the rest of it. So you got to pay attention. Your statement was perfect. Follow the money.
Follow the money.
The other example of open core that I'm familiar with personally is I used to work at HashiCorp. I started there before the license change, and I left shortly after the license change. Draw your own conclusions from that. We had Vault under both an open source license under MPL, just like most of our stuff was, and there was also an enterprise version of Vault. And the usual line that was drawn between the open source version and the enterprise version was, more or less, will anybody but enterprises care about this feature? And so it was things like the open source version would do an HA cluster. The enterprise version would do DR failover between clusters, would do things like work with a hardware HSM. Things that, number one, things like working with an HSM meant that we had to spend a lot of money to buy HSMs to test with. So we wanted there to be funding for that if we were going to support that feature. But also there was the idea of, if you're running just one Vault cluster, you don't need DR. If you're going to be running multiple Vault clusters and you need support, then you're going to be paying for enterprise support anyway. The DR kind of comes for free with that.
Perfect. Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, so like we're talking about this kind of, whether you call it open core or not, as kind of like the negative side of it, but how do we separate that from the idea that people can make enough time in their life to contribute to open source by doing something that's paid related to that project, like providing support to corporate users of the product, or adding like custom features for users, or like
You mean on top of a project?
Yeah, like how does that not turn into having like certain projects I know of where like the core is like not really that useful and you don't really know how much it's going to cost to implement the whole thing because you'd have to like buy a bunch of stuff from a bunch of random developers.
Yeah. I mean, from my perspective, that's an example of a project that doesn't have enough good citizens of their project. Because in those situations, I would love to see those companies contributing to the project in a way that isn't just drawing users that are then going to pay them, right? That's what it sounded like what you were saying.
But like for an individual software developer who would like to spend a lot of their time working on open source.
What about it?
Like if they're going to find a way to pay their bills. Like one of the ways that people often talk about is doing things that cost money related to that project. So how does that not turn into like taking it off like on a sidetrack where it's no longer the, open source nonprofit project because
you're not going to pull away from the project.
The reason I do the little movies is I have been doing this for a very, very long time, and I never, ever trust conference Wi-Fi. I'm not Solomon. I'm not going to stand in front of everybody and do a demo. But as you can see, this is your standard map. It's like something you'd have. It's 2.5D, so you can actually like tilt the screen and move it around and everything like that. And that's it. That is a basic map. Now the problem is you see there's no cities, there's no states, there's no roads. There's nothing like that here. Well, as you can imagine, you can import your own tile sets. Now, Peter Pradal has founded a company called MapLibre, and you can get a free API. I did. You just go to their website, sign in, and they'll give you an API key that you can use to access some very, very cool tiles. And so it's just a single change in the script. I always hate trying to post code on slides, so I just snipped out the script bit from the last one. But basically, you can set your style to be, I'm using a streets style, and then where the X's are, I would just put in my key. And then when you do that, you get a much cooler looking map. And so I live in North Carolina, so as you can see, you can drill down. As you drill down, you will see the cities, you'll see the major roads, you will see features that you didn't necessarily see. So this gives you a lot of flexibility. If you have a tile set that you'd rather use, you could even license tile sets from people like MapQuest and plug them in to MapLibre. Now, I really wanted to do a "you are here" thing, because hey, we're here, we're in Pasadena, I want to do "you are here." So I found out that you can actually take an image. And as you can see, it's like the third line there, image. I set a map image. You are here. I did a little logo. And I'm able to add that to the map. Now, the problem is, when I bring up the demo, I want you to see that it doesn't quite line up with Pasadena. So if you notice, when we start out, we're kind of out there in the Pacific. But as we zoom in, you can see that we're going to get closer and closer and closer to the convention center. Now, I had to do a few tricks with this, and one of the things was I pulled up the GIMP, because I wanted the dot at the bottom of the "you are here," I wanted that dot to be at the convention center. So what I ended up having to do was to make an image with a transparent background so that the dot was in the center. Otherwise, it would try to center somewhere between the "you are" and the "here," and it didn't work out. But you can overlay images, if you wanted to, onto your maps. Now, like you can imagine, you really want to use markers, right? You want to use markers that expressly define where you are. Well, that exists as well. So instead of using an image, you can add this constant called a marker and set the latitude and longitude, add it to the map, and now we have something that we more expect. As soon as you bring it up, that's pointing to Pasadena. And as you can see, when we drill in deeper and deeper and deeper, it actually points to the exact latitude and longitude of where we are right now. So kind of cool. Again, it's basically, 25 lines of code, and most of those are brackets. So it's very, very easy to get started. Now, this is brand new. As of January of 2025, you can now do a globe projection. If you remember that first slide I did, we had like a 2.5D where you could tilt the plane. Now we get an actual, hello, Google Earth. We can zoom in to Google Earth now. And I did this morning. I played with this morning. It was really cool. So this is the first time I've actually seen it. But you can drill down and again, zoom in on different parts of the globe. And it's kind of fun to play with. So again, this thing is set up so that all of the stuff that I talked about before, such as images and markers, you can put on the globe. So here I go, I took the code for the globe where it says type globe, and I just added those 3 lines. I created a marker, and I set the latitude and longitude. And so now when I zoom in, I get a marker. And that lets me zoom all the way into to Pasadena. The zoom isn't great. I'm trying to figure out where you can just zoom in and you're directly over. It keeps sliding around for me, but it does let us get down to where we are in Pasadena. But that was one of the newest features. I originally started doing talks on MapLibre back in October, and they've done 2 major things since October, which isn't that long a time if you think about it, and one of those is the globe view. Now, all of these examples I actually got from the documentation. They have a very, very good documentation. If you go to MapLibre and click on the the GLJS project, you can click up and there's examples right up there. And when you click on examples, you get tons and tons and tons of examples, which is exactly what I used to create this presentation. Now, I told you that they have good documentation, and I had one problem about it. Those examples are in reverse order. So if you want to just like create a map, you have to scroll almost all the way down. Display a map. It's almost at the very, very bottom of this list. The globe stuff is at the very, very top of the list. And the globe stuff's cool. You can add fog, and you can add all kinds of different layers to it as well. So that's kind of just a basic introduction of what you can do with MapLibre from an application standpoint. It's like I said, I'm scratching the very, very top of the iceberg here. There's lots and lots of cool things. I wanted to, I ran out of time. I wanted to throw the obligatory Gen AI aspect to it. And as you can tell, I like to eat. And so I was going to take all of the Michelin-starred restaurants and then have Amazon Q help me write an app that leveraged MapLibre to put markers all over it. So the next time you see me talk about MapLibre, I'll probably do that. But that's one of the things that you could do, and you could use these examples to get by. Now, I'm not going to, as I'm not a programmer, I actually use an iPhone, and Apple makes it very, very difficult to do any kind of development unless you give money. There's also MapLibre native. So it's written in C++, and it has wrappers for the various other languages, such as Python, et cetera. And it's very, very similar. Like you add marker objects, you add map styles, you add everything like it's on the JavaScript side. Now, Mapbox, in 2019, they started with a Mapbox SDK for this, which was the native side of Mapbox. Peter at MapTyler had forked that and created their own SDK. And when the MapLibre project started as a fork in 2020, he donated all that code to the MapLibre project, and that's what became MapLibre Native. And I want to revisit this in the future, but I don't have any examples. Like I said, it's so similar, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form an expert on this. So I want to talk about getting back to how the MapLibre project got started. So as I mentioned, in 2020, they did a fork. That was when that's how MapLibre got started. In September of 2021 is when the migration to TypeScript was finished. They released a version which had all of Herald's commits in it. There is a 3D map that I'm going to show you. Unfortunately, the only data I can find is the example data, which is set in Innsbruck, Austria, which is cool. If you've ever been to Innsbruck, there's really big, tall mountains, so it'll look kind of neat. And that was in March of 2020. In August of 2020, they became what I would call a real project. They created governance documents, and they created a board. Now, what does creating a governance system and a board get you? It gets you the ability to attract sponsors. And so right about this time is when MapLibre started getting financial sponsorship, which enables them to continue to this day. They used that money, once they started getting sponsorship, they actually hired people to work, I won't say full-time, there was a full-time maintainer, but like Harold was hired to do the TypeScript MapLibre, and he worked, I think, 30 hours a week, something like that to begin with. And then MapLibre Native for iOS came out, and I have a slide on that I'm going to talk about. In December of 2024, MapLibre for Vulkan. I don't know how many of you are Android developers, but Vulkan is a graphics library that is now supported on Android, and it's supported on Nintendo Switches and things like that. That came out in December, and then the Globe was introduced in 2025. So, here's some notes. This is when the terrain feature was added. So you want to do cool 3D mappy things. I haven't seen terrain. I should have done this. I haven't seen terrain on the globe yet. I don't know if that works. That would be really cool, where you zoom in and you actually get height. But this is what it looks like. So this is the standard MapLibre. You can add in the terrain, and as I mentioned, it's only kind of in the Innsbruck area. I had the pleasure of driving through Innsbruck at one point in time. But you can twist it around and you can see the mountains and the valleys and stuff. I think I zoom out and you can see where it's limited. Yeah, where do I? Yeah, here's a zoom out. So you can kind of see where it'll end. So that's the terrain area, and as you can see, everything else is just standard MapTiler tiles. But that is a feature you can leverage as well. Now, how many of you have heard of Open Collective? So if you're in open source, Open Collective is an organization that will help you manage the financial side of your project. And MapLibre is part of Open Collective. And so what they end up doing is this has all the financial information about the project you could ever want, including the checkbook. Like I looked, and every time there's a checkbook entry, it shows up in Open Collective, so you can see exactly where the money's going and exactly how much they're spending and what they're spending it on. Also, and this is what allowed them to actually hire people. So Oliver, unfortunately, I have this up here. So in June of 2022, they hired Oliver Whipley. Oh, excuse me. This is the announcements for the very first donation. So they got a donation of $10,000, and then Amazon joined shortly after that, and then soon after that, Meta joined. Microsoft is also a sponsor. And I have to really stretch my brain to think of a project that AWS, Microsoft, and Meta, who, I mean, we work together and we quite frequently don't get along. So it's like having these three big companies as well as a number of smaller companies work on MapLibre, I think that attests a lot to the MapLibre organization. And if you go to Open Collective, you can see the donations. So Amazon Web Services has donated quite a bit of money over the time, but so has Meta, so has Microsoft. GitHub sponsors have done. TomTom even did a contribution. So it's all kind of nifty. Now, they did have a board, and companies like AWS are not going to donate money unless there's someone to donate money to. Like recently, we did a project, and it was a community-driven project. And I said, I have to have some kind of business entity, profit or nonprofit, on which to hang this sponsorship. So find one. And so one thing that led to the success of MapLibre was the fact that they did organize and did form a governing board. And this was their original governing board. So Peter Pradal, Yuri, and Luke were three of the big founders of the project back in 2020. Harold was kind of the lead on the JavaScript side, and Burke was kind of the lead on the native side. And so they formed the very first board. This is the current board. And my buddy is Hao Wen-Yu. He's at AWS. I don't know why he doesn't put pictures of himself, but that's his choice. So there's no pictures of himself. But as you can see, Harold is the only person who's stepped down from the governing board. Everybody else is still involved. Now, the very, very first full-time person hired was Oliver Whipley. He actually left in the fall of 2024. And his job was replaced by two people who work on it part-time. We have a gentleman named Bart Lowers, who joined as the maintainer of the native side, and then there's my boy Harold, who did the TypeScript transition, and he was made the lead maintainer of the TypeScript side. Now, I mentioned I'd talk about Metal. In iOS, Apple used to support OpenGL, and they deprecated it. And that would mean that MapLibre running on OpenGL would eventually not work on iOS devices. So there was a big push. This was easily over a year of effort to enable metal support. And there were tons of people involved in this. And so they call out the number of people who are there. What's cool is I know most of these people virtually because there is every month there is a meeting that anyone's welcome to join where they discuss. It's about an hour and a half long. It's on Zoom. And I met a number of these people that are still involved in the project. And if you have any interest whatsoever in this, you can definitely pop in on that call. And in December of 2024, they announced Vulkan support. So Vulkan is a graphical API that runs on it runs on Linux, it runs on Windows, it runs on the Switch, and it also runs on Android. And so, again, there's Bart, who's the lead on the native side. He was instrumental in driving this adoption. Now there's an NPM for MapLibre. I took this picture this morning. The last time I had looked was October of last year. The weekly downloads in October of last year were about 380. So they've gone from 380,000 weekly downloads to over 500,000 weekly downloads just on the NPM side, which I think is kind of cool. What I also think is kind of cool is the unpacked size was 40.1 meg, and it's actually gone down. I ran an open source project for 20 years, and ours just went up, 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 up. It got really big. No, well, you put your map source in. So the question was, does this 40 meg include the data? And the answer is no. You import that in when you're using it, when you're using the app. But that's a good question. Thank you for that. Amazon uses it. So this is a web page directly off of the Amazon website where you can use MapLibre if you are building apps or anything with the Amazon location service. We're not the only one who uses it. Microsoft uses it. So this is the Azure Maps page. I did look this up. They haven't updated. They have Azure Maps has been updated, but I only extracted anything that had in their release notes that had the actual words MapLibre. So the last MapLibre reference I saw was in 3.2, which is they updated the MapLibre libraries in Azure Maps to version 4. And the other day I came across this company called Versatiles, which is a floss map stack. So it not only includes the tiles, it includes everything you need, including a tile maker. So if you are looking for, if you're building an app and you need the entire map stack, this is something you can look at. And as you can see, it uses MapLibre as well as these other permissively licensed libraries. So what's next? So there's a couple things. I keep mentioning that there's the TypeScript library and then there's the native library. In a perfect world, you just have one. And so they are trying now to create a Rust-based. Anyone like Rust? Memory safe C? I'm not sold, but it does sound kind of cool. And so they're trying to get to one code base. Something I'll talk about in a minute is MapLibre tiles. They're still using an old tile format, and they want to improve it. So there's a project to create something they're calling MapLibre tiles. They want performance improvements. They want true multilingual support. If you've ever used OpenStreetMap and you go to someplace like the Middle East and you zoom in, they tend to default the names to the local language. So if you're looking at, say, Saudi Arabia or Syria or something, they're going to all be in Arabic. And while I've been to Syria, I don't read any Arabic. So it would be kind of cool to have true multilingual support. And of course, everyone's always looking for performance enhancements. Now, this is something that just tickles me to no end, and this is kind of how I'll kind of wrap up this conversation. So MapLibre tiles is a specification where they want to reimagine the Mapbox vector tile specification. The tiles are the little graphics files that actually create your map backgrounds. What I love about this is not only is Amazon and Microsoft and Meta involved in this, so is Mapbox. Mapbox is eager to create a permissively licensed tile format that, of course, they can leverage, and they're actively involved in this project, which I think is kind of cool. We've come full circle. We came from a fork 5 years ago to the fact that we have everybody kind of working together. And having been involved in open source for decades, this doesn't happen very often. And it's another thing that makes me excited about MapLibre. I think it really embodies the true spirit of open source, the fact that we're working together to build things that we can go off and then add value in our own specific ways. So if you have any interest in mapping, please go to the documentation, try out the demos. It's really fun. I just drop them into my web server and sit there and play with them for hours as far as what's going. So the final slide is the call to action. So these are some references for you. Of course, maplibre.org is the website. There's a GitHub, which is the MapLibre is the umbrella, so there'll be sub-projects for GL.js. There'll be sub-projects for native. Their channel, their Slack is a channel on the OpenStreetMap Slack. So you can go to the OpenStreetMap Slack and join the channel I have. That's where I met the guy who's working on the Fire app. So it's a pretty fun community. And then the technical committee meetings are held once a month on Zoom. They're public. You can go ahead. They publish it on the website. I usually sit in for the first few minutes because then it's a technical committee meeting and they get way in the woods for me. But I really like learning what they're doing every month. So anyway, I want to thank you for your time. We're a little short, but I hope this was useful. I hope I didn't waste your time. We'll take any kind of questions right now.
Absolutely.
I also want to point out that AWS has a booth in the expo floor, and I'm going to be hanging out there if you want to come by and just chat about maps or anything open source.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Taras. Always appreciate it. Guys, let's give him a round of applause. And as was mentioned, we do have some time for questions. Only thing I ask, if you have a question, please wait till I get to you with the microphone. You got to kind of hold it in front of the mouth to make sure that we get the recording good for everybody. And then if you can maybe limit it to 1 or 2 questions at a time so we make sure we get everybody else. First question.
See, we don't have any questions. No questions. No questions.
Could you get the data like locally and download the map data, or does it have to be on the server?
No, you can. You can download it locally because again, you would want to put that in your app as opposed to relying on conference Wi-Fi to download your maps. But yes, you can. So the question was, can you download? I kept pointing in my examples where you would just point to a tile source. You can download it locally if you want, and then you just point to a file location and URL and not a HTTP URL. Thank you so much. Really appreciate y'all. Come to the booth. Love to chat, and hope to see you again. Take care.
Thank you, everybody. Just quick heads up again. This is the general sessions chat. Next session coming up is Nuances and Challenges of Moderating Code Collaboration Platform. So hope to see you back. Thank you. All right, welcome back everybody. Friendly reminder, you are at SCaLE 22. Hopefully that's where you all think you should be. Additionally, you are in the room following our general information session tracks. So I hope that's also where you want to be. Our next talk is the nuances and challenges of moderating a code collaboration platform, presented by Margaret Tucker. Margaret is a policy manager at GitHub working on issues including intermediary liability, copyright, and open source security policy. In today's talk, Margaret will offer a deep dive into the platform moderation of GitHub. After the presentation, we usually have time for question and answer period. We do ask, though, that ask your question, we'll repeat it up in the microphone, and then give her a chance to answer. We should be good from there. All right, everybody, please welcome Margaret.
Thank you. All right, hello. Oh, wait. Does this sound good? Yeah? Okay, great. Hi, my name is Margaret Tucker, and yeah, as mentioned, I'm a policy manager at GitHub. And what that means is a lot of my job involves talking to policymakers who want to pass legislation on platforms or AI or just generally tech in general. And explaining why they should consider the needs of software developer platforms, code collaboration, open source development. And so I will say that, I don't think I need to explain to all of you the reasons why open source and software development are important, but I will explain how we kind of approach content moderation on our platform, and both how code informs our approach to code as content informs our approach to content moderation, and also how the developer community, its nuances, norms, expectations inform how we govern our platform. All right, so let's get started. So first off, if you take anything away from this talk, it's noting that code is very different from other content. So when I say content, I'm talking about things that people share on the internet. So GitHub is a user-generated content platform, and typically when you hear that, you think of photo, video, microblogging, things like that. But code text is also content. It's also, code is considered speech, code is considered text, but it functions very differently from other forms of text. And a big thing about code is that it has a functional purpose, and that creates really unique considerations for platform moderation. And so I'll kind of go through all of these, but the general flow would be talking about copyright considerations, dual use, mainly about security research, and then also the network effects of takedowns because code is in use and functional purposes. All right, so first off, the functional purpose of code often leads to independent duplication. Code is essentially instructions to make a computer perform a function, and just as there are only so many ways to fry an egg, there are oftentimes only so many ways to make a computer perform a specific function. And so code shared on open source developer platforms like GitHub have very different approaches to licensing and sharing that other content. So oftentimes copyright disputes on sites like GitHub are not about using a developer's code, but about meeting specific requirements under terms of relevant licenses, and can often be resolved between developers without our intervention. And so thinking about this and thinking about policymakers who want to legislate on copyright infringement, when code is swept under that can be a really big issue for quite a few reasons. So once again, the functional purpose of code, there's only so many ways to do something, and that's why recipes also aren't copyrightable, because there's only so many ways to get to a certain point. So you can kind of think about software code in a certain way as a recipe. And then also the element of independent duplication does mean that there's just a lot of false positives. So if you were to subject a code collaboration platform to the same type of scanning for copyright infringement, it would just create a lot of issues. So advocating for these unique copyright considerations was put to the test in 2018. So the EU first introduced the Copyright Directive, and it was trying to deal with copyright issues online, and would have required platforms to implement content upload filters to prevent copyright infringement. And so these, proposed requirements raise significant concern within the software developer community because of the high likelihood of false positives, and it just didn't really make sense. Also, there wasn't really a strong case for implementing upload filters on code collaboration platforms in general. Sort of the value gap of monetizing, infringing the copyright infringement doesn't hold for platforms like GitHub. So, it didn't make sense. And so to kind of address this, we joined an advocacy group, got together with other platforms, but mainly like developer advocacy orgs, and we were able to get an exemption specifically for code collaboration sites. So this is one approach we oftentimes take when it comes to policy. And then I would say a really, really big one, and this does relate to copyright, but I think the best example is security research, is the dual use applications of code. So again, functional purpose, it can do something. Sometimes a tool that can do something can also be used for malicious purposes. And so finding the balance between something that may perform harm, but also may perform a lot of neutral or useful tasks is something that we really have to think about all the time. So beneficial and harmful purposes. So the duality is really prevalent in security research, where code designed to identify vulnerabilities can also be exploited to create malware or execute cyber attacks. Similarly, techniques developed to bypass copyright protection for legitimate purposes, such as interoperability, accessibility, archiving, security testing, can be misused for piracy or unauthorized access. And so this is something that is very important on our platform. Obviously, GitHub is used to, share a lot of security research projects to identify bugs within open source code. And so it's something that we kind of wanted to clarify our stance on. So in 2021, we updated our policies on security research to provide clarification that we explicitly permit the sharing of legitimate and beneficial security research, but we disallow the use of our platform for active attacks that cause technical harm, such as malware campaigns or denial of service attacks. So that kind of means that we have a sort of a line where it's, if something is, configured for attack being used in active harm, then it's not allowed on the platform. Obviously, this is, something that's very context dependent, and there are expectations. So we have expectations of transparency and responsibility between developers and the platform. Security research should be clearly labeled to prevent people from unintentionally downloading malware, and there should also be an appeals process for content removal if it was legitimate security research that was taken down, because that does happen. We do want to, reduce the use of our platform for malware and other attacks. So a recent kind of application of dual use that's not related to security research is our approach to deepfakes and synthetic media. So last April, we updated our policy approach to dual use software on synthetic media, and we clarified that we do not allow tools that are specifically designed for or encourage the creation of deepfake non-consensual intimate imagery or misinformation, but do support the sharing of legitimate research on these technologies. So again, what does that mean in context? Well, it means that platforms that were like deep nude were taken down, but platforms that were or projects that were just creating general like deep fakes were allowed. So we kind of had to create this balance, and obviously this is something where the appeals process is really important. Oftentimes we'll work with maintainers, so having clear labeling, having their intentions for their projects be more clearly stated. Also, like taking down specific components of content. So yeah, the dual use applications are something that's kind of challenging. It's also challenging to talk about with policymakers because, there's kind of that argument of, oh, if something could be used to do something bad, then shouldn't we take it away? But again, a lot of tools are neutral when they're not configured for attack. So yeah, it's definitely something that's very specific to code and its functional purpose. Another big one, obviously, is that code is something that is in use, and on platforms like GitHub, it's in use in lots of open source projects with downstream dependencies, and so that means that when we moderate code on our platform, we have to have careful deliberation of content and network effects. So the specificities of code as content, along with the interdependent nature of code collaboration, means that moderating a platform like GitHub requires technical understanding and careful consideration of context, dual-use applications, and network effects of takedowns. Open source software is a public good. It's used as digital infrastructure and underpins a lot of our digital economy. And so moderating our platform requires a careful consideration of what impacts there will be from taking down code. And so a useful example from this is YouTube DL. Are any of you familiar with that project or the big takedown? Okay, cool. Just for background, I will say I had used YouTube DL before I worked at GitHub. It's a common one. It's a video archiving app. So it's a popular free software tool for downloading videos on YouTube, other hosting services. And so in 2020, we received a takedown notice from the RIAA, which is based in LA. Shout out, but we don't totally get along. But this takedown was saying that YouTube DL was in violation of the DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, Section 1201, which is specifically for not having tools that circumvent technological protection measures of copyrighted material. And so with that, this is it's a little bit in the weeds, but there are safe harbor protections from platforms, but there aren't protections specifically for 1201. So it was something that we took down immediately when we received the claim. But this is a really widely used tool, and because of that, it received a lot of backlash. And the community was like, "Hey, this is something that again has a lot of dual-use applications. A lot of things that are we really describing this as circumvention?" I don't think I can explain very well the argument with the rolling cipher, but a lot of people are arguing that this didn't really constitute the level of a technological protection measure. And so with that, there's backlash, but there was also efforts from advocacy organizations like the Electronic Frontier Foundation to kind of explain the beneficial uses of the project, why they didn't believe that it was in violation of 1201. And so after we received that, we were able to kind of feel comfortable bringing back the project and feeling like we could kind of stand behind that legally. And so obviously there was a lot of legitimate uses for YouTube DL and things like that, but what it really made us think about was applying a level of technical and legal review to our process. So now we have both an engineer and a lawyer who reviews our 1201 takedown process, which is significant use of resources, but it does kind of, I think, both protect us in the name of safe harbor and then also avoid the misconsideration of context and network effects that can have really negative impacts. So yes, we overhauled our process, and this actually, I won't get into kind of the continuing legal battle with this, but this is a really interesting case that is still active. So if you are curious, I would recommend looking into it. It is very much still ongoing. All right, so that's kind of a conversation about what code as content means for how we moderate our platform and how that makes us different from other platforms. That said, I think the really notable part is that we have a very different community than a lot of other communities or a lot of other platforms. So the developer community is something that is very much established. It's GitHub, we consider ourselves a home of the developer community, but the developer community exists independently of GitHub as well. And so with that, we really want to serve the developer community, reflect its own norms and general norms of open source. So it really requires, I would say, a multifaceted approach that upholds these unique norms and values and involve collaboration and transparency in how we moderate our platform itself. So an important aspect of embodying developer values is integrating feedback into our site policies. So basically, whenever we institute a significant change to our site policies, we have a 30-day notice and comment period, and that is when we kind of get feedback from people. So the most recent one was that deepfake policy update, and we did receive feedback. Kind of provide some clarification. Sometimes we change the policy, sometimes we kind of just explain to people our intentions with it so they can understand it better. And then we also share our content moderation data on our Transparency Center and repository, and we have a robust repeals and reinstatement process. So, there are important reasons for GitHub to aim to keep as much code available as possible that complies within the law and our own terms of service and acceptable use policies. And so, with the goal of trying to keep as much code up as possible, we've developed a suite of content moderation approaches beyond takedowns. So there's quite a bit that we do. We both can reduce visibility of something. We can add friction, so make it harder to find. This is particularly relevant when it comes to adult content because we want our platform to be generally available, but it's not entirely against our terms of service to have that content on the platform as long as it's related to software development. And so we kind of have those different approaches. We also, if there's users who are violating our terms, but they still have valuable code, we can keep their code up, but kind of kick them out. So there's a lot of different approaches. And I would say, one thing that's really notable is we do genuinely work with maintainers and work with developers. Our appeals process is something that's reviewed by people, and it is challenging to consider how that will scale. We're seeing really, crazy growth on the platform, and with the advent of AI developer tools, it's only going to get bigger. So I think keeping those content moderation standards at SCaLE is going to be a challenge. At SCaLE. But yeah, definitely something that's really important. And so one of the big, I would say, the cornerstones of being able to scale a platform like GitHub is encouraging community content moderation. So it's really an important part, is empowering developers to take an active role in supporting the health of their own projects and communities. So I imagine quite a few of you are maintainers, so this is something that you probably experience quite a bit. So we encourage maintainers to set clear expectations for contributing to their projects. We also equip them with tools to moderate disruptive participation and share moderation responsibility with trusted collaborators. I will note, and this is kind of the elephant in the room, that a really bad growing problem on our platform is spam, and so that's something that we're actively considering within our colleagues is how to better equip maintainers to deal with the issue of spam, because it is quite significant. All right, yeah, and so we're definitely open to feedback on this, and so I'll kind of get into how you can get in contact with us about anything related to policy. But before that, I'll give another case study that's kind of relevant to the needs and interests of developers and how that comes into play with how we moderate our platform. Are any of you familiar with the XZ backdoor incident? This one was March 24. Okay, a couple of you. So I can't get into all the specifics. There's a Wikipedia page that's very well documented. Also on the repo itself, the maintainers provide a lot of documentation explaining what happened. So I encourage you to read that if you're curious. But essentially, so in March of 24, a engineer who was doing open source work, but through their job, it discovered a backdoor in the widely used XC compression library. And this is a really unique, strange, and unsettling backdoor incident because it started in 2021. There was basically, we don't know exactly who or what entity was kind of planning this attack, but it started in 2021. A developer using a fictitious or likely fictitious name along with other aliases used social engineering to pressure the maintainer to make them a co-maintainer of the project, installed a backdoor into the project, and that allowed unauthorized access to systems using the compromised versions, posing a severe threat because XC was really widely used. And this is one where, I think there's a risk of not reflecting because it was stopped before it happened, but it's very likely that this could have been an incident worse than SolarWinds. So definitely something to think about, and it's really, I think, caused us to reflect on the importance of maintainers and avoiding burnout. So this was an interesting one. It's kind of complicated. So our trust and safety team was faced with a challenge of needing to act very quickly because this was very widely used. But we also wanted to, recognize that disabling a widely used project could create, additional friction for developers, cause a lot of issues, and also security researchers would want to see what happened and dive into the code so they can also address it. And so we initially blocked both of the maintainers' accounts because we didn't know who was doing or what was happening. But then once it became clear what was happening, we were able to reinstate the real maintainer, not the bad one, and then reinstate communication with him, and then also left him to decide if he wanted to reinstate the code, which he did. So we wanted to really respect his time and autonomy while also protecting people from active attack. So this incident underscored the vulnerability of critical open source projects to advanced threats. It also underscored the need for improved security practices within the open source community, the challenges of volunteer maintainers maintaining widely used open source projects that comprise critical digital infrastructure. So obviously security needs to be addressed, but the resourcing and sustainability is really at heart of the issue. So moderation actions like those necessitated by the severity of this backdoor should be seen as an absolute last resort, as not something that we typically do. And so we're really trying to emphasize focusing on preventative solutions and supporting the health of our own open source ecosystem. So to that end, GitHub has its own funding instrument to support open source work, GitHub sponsors, and then we also recently announced the creation of the GitHub Secure Open Source Fund, which is very specifically linking resourcing and funding to security outcomes, which I highly encourage you to check it out. And then we also supported the launch of the Open Technology Fund's Free and Open Source Software Sustainability Fund in 2023, and then a really cool project organization to look into is the German Sovereign Tech Fund. So they have a actual government-funded, imagine that, body that funds critical open source projects. So it's really cool to see that happening, and I think that the Sovereign Tech Fund, maybe it's an agency at this point, but that can be kind of used as a model in thinking about how we can support critical digital infrastructure through funding. All right, so I think that this is obviously, open source AI is a huge topic of conversation at this conference, and it's definitely something that's influencing how we consider the sort of new frontiers for content moderation, new challenges. And so we kind of have a dual role at GitHub as both an AI tool provider and a model hub and hosting service. So people can use GitHub to make model components available to downstream developers, and then they also can use the tools GitHub provides to write software code with the help of AI. So as the AI developer community grows, platforms are going to have to consider risk mitigation strategies to address the challenges of being an intermediary for open foundation models. And this is really tricky because we want to encourage open sharing, and there's a lot of benefits to open source when it comes to AI and transparency. I think that the resourcing element and bringing more people in is really important, but also, a lot of concerns as well. So adhering to our same reporting standards and our same content moderation approach will be a challenge, and so we do kind of expect that. And then another, I would say, I kind of mentioned this before, but the scaling question is a big thing with the advent of AI developer tools. So in a recent TED Talk, our CEO proclaimed that by 2030 there will be 1 billion developers on GitHub, which is really ambitious. I would love to see it. I hope it happens. We're currently at 150 million, but thinking about what it means for our developer community to grow from 150 million to 1 billion, really, I think it's almost a fundamental transformation into what it means to be a developer. And so having both low code or no code software writing tools, just really lowering all these barriers to entry to being a software developer. And that is really going to change what it means to moderate GitHub. So obviously just in a general scaling, resourcing, maintaining our moderation standards at scale will be a challenge. And then also AI does present concerns when it comes to security research and other malicious purposes. So that's definitely something that we're considering as well. So ultimately, our approach to content moderation is driven by the evolving needs of the developer community and various technologies that our platform is used to host. So it will continue to evolve to meet these new frontiers. All right. Okay. All right. So kind of closing off, but I'm going to kind of give you some information on if you're interested in participating in our site policies. So as I mentioned, we have a 30-day notice and comment period for substantive site policy changes. We also publish that on the blog, so if you follow the blog, you'll see that on social media as well. So we do kind of try to inform people that this is happening. And then you also can participate in our site policy repo and provide feedback via pull requests or opening an issue. I'm a maintainer on the site policy repo, and it is really fun. A lot of people it's oftentimes suggestions for clarity, noticing typos, so if you want to participate in that, we encourage you to get involved. We also have a developer policy repo that is more tied to the policy team itself. So in that, you can share public policy issues of concern with to developers, or just get in touch with us in general. And then, you can also email us at policy@github.com. And so with that, this QR code links to basically the paper that this talk is based off of. This is a more, I would say, developer conference focused version of the paper that I co-authored with a colleague from our legal team and our trust and safety team, and it was published in the Journal of Online Trust and Safety. So if you would like to read it in full, go ahead. And it's definitely something that we're really interested in hearing from the developer community, from other platforms, and how they're approaching this. I'll kind of leave it at that, open up to questions, and thank you so much for spending your late afternoon with me.
Round of applause for Margaret, everybody. Thank you. Okay, so any questions?
All right. Well, no questions. I'll leave it at that. Oh, Cynthia? Yeah? Ooh, yeah. Cynthia, who's my coworker at GitHub, sorry, spoiler alert, but asked what is the kind of the challenge that surprised me the most. I definitely think the code as functional text is so interesting to me. It really is something that I think about all the time, and it's not something that policymakers really consider when it comes to copyright legislation. So I think the copyright fight is something that we have really focused on. But that said, I don't want to sound too optimistic, but policymakers have been very open to that. So we have, worked on exemptions to the DMCA, specifically for security research. So it is something that, I think that people are open to hearing, but it is oftentimes something that's not considered initially, and we do have to have kind of this advocacy effort to be like, hey, by the way, this could break software development and break code collaboration. This is really kind of, I think, a very long-term aspiration, but we really want to see developers in office. And so it's something that, so Audrey Tang from Taiwan, there's quite a few developers in office in the EU, but less so in the States. So I think that's really something where, obviously, it's not as related to the content moderation, but having a government that's led by people who are more technologically versed and also really excited about open source is something that we really want to see, for sure. All right. Any other questions, not from a coworker? All right. Well, thank you all again, and have a good day. Thanks. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the question for the video recording is how we approach the people element of content moderation. So, kind of people having issues. And so I guess the big thing is the importance of maintainers, because we do use proactive moderation when it comes to child sexual abuse material and terrorist and violent extremist content. So we use photo DNA for that. So that content is oftentimes detected using tools. But otherwise, most things are reported by user reports. And so obviously, that's something where people can submit a ticket. But really, the most important part is having maintainers who are invested in their projects and kind of, setting up those expectations, dealing with disputes. So I think that's really something is we want to consider how we can support maintainers to moderate their own projects and kind of take ownership, because that really is the answer for a lot of these kind of issues. Awesome, thank you. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right.
All right, everybody, let's please one more round of applause for Margaret coming on up here. Really appreciate it. Thank you all for attending. Our next talk is going to be Jeremy Meese talking about his ADHD-fueled journey in tech. So that'll be a good one to stick around for. Other than that, thank you all.
Test 1, 2.
Test 1, 2. Test, 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 test. Testing 1, 2, test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can actually count past test 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's it. I don't know if I can go any higher. You all are here for the ADHD talk? Lucky you. While we're waiting on the masses to arrive, hopefully it didn't scare them off that said it was an ADHD talk, and they're like, how am I going to make my plane if we're going to that talk? How many of you, this is your first SCaLE? Excellent. Okay. How many of you have been here more than when you say a handful, I don't know if that's like 5, because there's 5 fingers, or handful is just what fits in your hand. Either one of those. How many of you have been here a handful of times? Okay. All right. Excellent. I fit in the handful, if you're wondering where I was going to align myself there. Ooh. Yeah, gotta redo it again. Okay. Meese. Yeah. That should work. Sounded like applause for a second. That's little. All right, great, but wow. I always knew I had good standing and pacing technique, but thank you.
So, welcome back, everybody. We are here at SCaLE 22 in the General Information Session track. Our talk now, coming up, is going to be Jeremy Meese with a talk on the confessions of an ADHD-fueled technology squirrel. I don't get that right, but I know the
That'll
reference,
work.
right? Jeremy's a seasoned DevRel and DevX leader, an international speaker, and works currently as Director of Developer Relations with OneStream. In today's talk, he is going to share some of his ADHD-filled journey and how he learned to cope with this thing called ADHD. After the talk, we do take questions. We do ask, though, that you wait for the microphone, so the recording, if you don't have the mic, they won't be able to hear you on the video, or poor Jeremy's going to have to repeat every question. So with that, let's give Jeremy a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, so thank you for coming to this. It is an ADHD talk. I will, as you see the squirrel there, commonly the international recognition of somebody that's probably going to chase that squirrel and guarantee it will happen a couple times, but I've timed this for, maybe 35 minutes. So knowing that we'll probably hit the, 3-hour mark at some point. So thank you for coming. How many of you have been diagnosed with ADHD? Excellent, my people. How many of you, right? Yeah, that's right. How many of you think you have, but you've never kind of gone through that diagnostic period? Okay. Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be talking about my own personal journey. So this is my journey. I will talk a lot about the things that have happened to me growing up and that led to there. And I am always a emotional person, so if I do break down into tears, just look away. It's okay. I won't take it too personally. And then also, I will have some statistics that I'll pull in, and that'll be kind of woven in throughout this as I kind of tell the story, and we'll hopefully end up at where we are trying to get to at the end. If not, again, you're the one that chose to come to an ADHD talk, not me. I just chose to give it. That's really it. So really, it's not my problem. For some of you, you will have that aha moment along the way, which is really going to be two different moments. I don't actually see anybody in here that knows that I know personally, so that means they won't have their aha moment will be, that explains everything. Yours will probably be, that's why he continues to pace, that's why he's fidgeting, or also it will be, that could be also explained why you might have some of the things that kind of come up and you think about. And the ultimate goal is just to share my story and open up, and also open up for conversation, and also to bring a lot of this to light for you, hopefully, and that it is something that can help you in your journey. If not, that's totally fine. I'm the one that's up here. So either way, I enjoy this. I love this journey for both of us, and we'll get started. So how many of you are introverts? Okay. Wow. Half the room. How many of you, I'm going to assume the other half are extroverts, or at least some in between of that. How many of you wish that you could just tell people to leave you alone and to let you just do your own thing? Yeah, okay. How do you do that? Like, how do you, do I just want to be myself, that. That's not me. I am an extrovert to the T at the end, the entire bit of being an extrovert. There are definitely moments where I'm like, okay, leave me alone, but that's usually like when my dogs or my kids when they were younger trying to bother me when I'm in the bathroom. There are times that are meant to be alone. Other than that, I want to be around people. It's, for me, it is very much this, I want to be where the people are. And if you didn't know you were coming to a potential musical, joke's on you. So, but for me, it is, I want to be around people. I enjoy that interaction, the people, whether it's a hug, I love to give hugs, whether it's just the interpersonal conversation, finding out what you enjoy and what is it that you, kind of makes you tick. My name is Jeremy Meese, as he said. I am, he said, DevRel and developer experience at OneStream Software. I'm also the organizer for DevOps Days KC. So if you want to come to Kansas City, would love to have you. So check into that. So anyways, so we're going to kind of go through this. We're going to go on a journey. And since, the organizers told me I could, like I said, talk as long as I wanted, then, this is going to be a journey for all of us. Danny Donovan, if you have not seen any of the stuff that Danny has done, you can find it's ADHD-fueled.com. She has done a lot of some really great articles, written some self-helpy kind of books, done a lot of graphics and such. But this really, I think, lays out the type of storytelling that we're going to get to right now. Eventually we'll end up where we want to get to, but there's going to be a lot of things around and around. So there evidently wasn't enough seats for them to sit. Sorry. I did say there was a squirrel in the room, so. But I do need to make this disclaimer before I go any further. I am not a doctor. I did not sleep in a Holiday Express last night. So what I'm sharing are, like I said earlier, my own personal experiences. And your mileage may well vary And that's great. This is mine, and hopefully it's something that we can continue to talk about. So I don't think it's a secret to say that COVID sucked in so many ways, but really that first year where we were in so many, like, we're kind of confined to our homes. We're kind of confined to a lot of separation, and we couldn't really go anywhere, and if we did, you had to be the 6 feet of separation, and there was just this separation kind of anxiety that was there. And for me, the only real contact you would tend to have was with people that you had requested to come to your home to drop off food off, and then when these food apps, started doing the no contact mode, and then they kind of saved you from that awkward, do I reach now or do I let you set it down? It's just that interaction. And I'm probably kind of describing what an introvert really enjoyed about some of that of, hey, I don't have to, stay away from me. I don't like people. But that was definitely not me. I think when I'm around people, it's very rare that my battery gets discharged, is a good way to put that. My social meter never really runs dry. So to tell you a little bit about me and kind of this journey for me as I think about technology, I'm a child of the mid-'70s. I know that, it doesn't look like it, and the blue hair helps, but yes, I was born in the mid-'70s. So that means I grew up knowing about, and using all of these types of things. Some of you probably resonate oh, yeah, no, I remember that. Others of you are I think I saw that on a History Channel. But it, just seemed for me, and I think for a lot of those in my generation, that we really took to technology easily. Things just kind of came kind of, we could program the blinking VCR clock without really thinking about it. There was a lot that I could focus on, but reading for me was, that's something I could do for hours. Other things I could, I was never really a big gamer. I would just play for about 20, 30 minutes, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go do something else. But reading, I was all in. And I could do that for days on end. I mean, there were times I would go to bed and turn off the light, grab a flashlight, and proceed to read. And then when that book was done, I would grab another book. And then I would grab another book. And then it would be 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, so I would just get up. And I could do that 2 days in a row without going to sleep. Reading for me, it was it. I read everything I could get my hands on. Anyone remember the Pizza Hut awards certificates back in the 80s of all right, if you read a certain number of books, or if you just said you read the books, you got the free pizza? I might have probably contributed to the fact that became not really a thing anymore, because I read so many books in one summer that I had free pizza certificates out, the proverbial wazoo, whatever that is. But Pizza Hut didn't necessarily ignite my desire to read, but it didn't hurt it any. But some of my earliest memories were really going to the library. I would check out books. We would actually take a laundry basket to the library. Every 2 weeks, we would fill it to the brim. And I've never seen to this day librarians be so excited to see somebody walk in with a laundry basket. And I would read all the books, bring them back, and that was a rinse and repeat in the laundry basket. It was what I did. I enjoyed that, I would obsess over reading books. And then computers, that was another thing that I could mess around with for hours. My choices of books then started to look a lot more like things like this. Some of you also were like, oh yeah, great, I remember it. Yeah, I mean, I even read Small Talk, and Lotus 123 was a banger of a book back then. Not a software package, it really didn't do great at that, but it was a banger of a book. And early, 80s, my uncle, he worked for a computer company that provided IT systems to the government, and so let me mess around with a lot of the systems. And so that, the top left, there was the K Pro 2. The one on the right was the Compact Pro portable. Yes, that was a portable. You could put the keyboard up on top of it, and then it had a handle to carry it around. It weighed about 30 pounds, but it was portable. And then, the IBM PCXT was the first like real computer that I could call my own. I tore it apart, formatted it accidentally back when DOS used to let you do DEL space period and not yell and scream at you when you did so. Yeah, had to rebuild that a few times, but that was computers for me. I did it, loved it. And prior to the summer of '84, I'd been going to a private school, but in 4th grade, my parents took me and my sister, who was 2 years younger than me, took us out of that school, and they started homeschooling us. This might be the first moment for some of you that you go, that explains it. That's why. Actually, my friends who normally would be in here would be like, yes, that's the point. But the stated reason of why we were kind of pulled out of school and moved to homeschooling was that they felt it was their responsibility as parents to teach us. It was very much a religious-based decision for them. It wasn't until later in life that, really in my early 30s, that I would actually come to find out that the contributing factor to them beginning to explore options was because I was struggling to focus. I was a bit hyper, trouble, making friends. I would, get picked on due to all of those things, and those were all symptoms of something else. There was this one story that kept repeating later in life that stood out as kind of this early memory that I had, which was one of the last ones at that school. And no, it was not the story of my first kiss in 3rd grade with Heather at the high school basketball game. This private school was a K through 12, so, as 3rd graders, we could go and watch the games. And then immediately afterwards, after we kissed, she put her head through the bars of the upper and looked down and got her head stuck. Both of those, neither one of those actually had anything to do with each other. That's the story I tell myself. But the story is really of the first half of 3rd grade before the Christmas break when, playing kickball at recess. That was the thing we did. And there were me and these other 5 guys that we were always a team. Whenever it happened, we were the team and it was against anybody else. And we would play against, kids that were older that also for some reason had the same recess as us, 5th and 6th graders that had the same recess. And we would always win. Us 6, we would beat all of them. That was our thing. Every single recess. Loved it. And then the winter break came along and suddenly I was told that I wasn't on their team. And then I was also told that I'd never been on their team. And why would they have me, a kid who had glasses, and why would I be on their kickball team? Kids can be really cruel. And this repeated itself for many weeks until I finally just stopped asking. I just was like, okay, fine. I found something else to play. How many of you have ever played tetherball? Okay. How many of you have ever played tetherball by yourself? Yeah, it's a special skill that Napoleon Dynamite demonstrates here. I wasn't diagnosed with ADHD then because my, this was the early 80s. It was still kind of a new thing. My parents, for many reasons, believed ADHD wasn't real. Still to this day, even they have that opinion. They really felt it was an excuse for parents to medicate their children so that they could, take care of them, that they could deal with them by just medicating them, and that was just what they did. And so they said, no, ADHD doesn't exist, no. So they started, homeschooling, which did kind of dovetail nicely with, tech and computers and my obsession with them and in reading, and I excelled in that structure of really one-on-one kind of interaction and learning and having real, okay, we're going to learn for this period and we're going to do this. We'd have our schoolwork done by noon, and then I could go, do whatever, come home by the time the lights go, or, the street lights come on. That was the thing. We did that. Some of you remember that. Again, there were symptoms, but there was attempted mitigation through life. All right, so back to COVID. After about a year of the lockdowns, this would be in the summer or spring of 2021, a few of my buddies and I decided that we needed to get away, so we were going to go camping in Colorado and camp for 3 nights or so in early May of 2021. Now, before that had happened, my mental state really had started to get progressively worse. I know some of you, you can relate with that. There's a support group for people that know me that are like, yes, we know that you needed to get away. And that medication was something that really helped, but none of you saw me before, so yay. Anyways, so we decided to go camping in Colorado. My mental state before, when you think about back at the beginning of my talk, COVID had really done a number on a number of different people. I don't think anyone was untouched in the mental impact of that. During that first year, many people I know, oddly enough, a lot of them were in developer relations, my kind of chosen field. They found out and started posting that they'd gotten diagnosed with ADHD and that they were in therapy. And for me, it was something I was really excited for them, that they had figured out something for them in their life that they could now kind of deal with. And I would also say to myself, it's really odd that I'm not like them, isn't it? Yeah. So anyways, my worsening mental state. I had begun noticing that I was more irritable with my family, or at least they informed me of that on numerous occasions in many different ways. I was losing my train of thought. I was finding it really hard to focus, even not being able to, find a lot of the words to say something where it would be like right on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't get to what I was trying to say. It was right there. And so finally I got concerned enough that I said, okay, I'm gonna go to the doctor. This was May of 2021. I told the doctor, what I was experiencing. She, of course, mentioned that it really could be any number of things, and so that they were going to start with, doing some blood tests. They would go from there. And then I heard back from the doctor later that day. As I was literally finalizing the camping trip to Colorado, I remember the call very clearly. I was actually looking at some campsites and seeing what I could, get reserved and starting to figure out the things that was going to take place in the next couple days. And the nurse gave me the results. And they weren't great. In fact, they were not good at all. Basically, each of the specific, important blood tests that they run have baselines for what, they should be. And then anything that's above that, that's in that's green. Anything that's above that baseline or below that baseline is red. I had no greens. In fact, everything was red. And it was all well below. It wasn't above, everything was well below. Everything from white blood count to the red blood count, the oxygen, hemoglobin was, if you know anything about it, my hemoglobin was a 4. And it should be the lowest it really should be is 10. I was at a 4. Not good. And she said that I had iron deficiency anemia, and then I needed to get on a high dose of iron, and then come in for some more tests in a few days. That they'd identify, take tests more, and then identify kind of what the next thing was going to be. Now again, I'm not a doctor, but I do know that they weren't good, and I knew that at that point. But I said, I was thinking about, okay, yeah, white blood cells, all those things really make a difference for how you function, and help carry oxygen and deal with the different infections you might have, which of course in a pandemic where oxygen and infection was big, they're important things to have, but I thought it really wasn't. I could still do what I was going to do. So I said, okay, good. So I'm glad I got the results. I'm getting ready to leave to go to Colorado, go camping trip in the mountains of Colorado. Can we wait a week? And her response was almost verbatim, no, you should not go to Colorado. You will end up in the hospital. Because if you know anything about the fact that I'm living in Kansas, which is about 800 feet, Colorado, where I was going to be at camping, was at about 9,300 feet. There's something called oxygen, which is very important, and it's thinner the higher you get. If the red blood, basically I would have been in the hospital very soon because my blood would, yeah. That's a technical term, yeah. Now, me in the mountains, I mentioned I was in Kansas, they're my happy place. And they've been that way for a while. I grew up, like I said, Kansas. My only experience really with mountains was the Appalachians and the great, Smoky Mountains in the east. That's where we used to go and visit family growing up. So I saw, mountains, but I never really see a real mountain in person until like 1998, when I traveled to Colorado with some friends for a conference, to a college conference. That was my first experience, and I was like in complete and total awe. I was hooked, and since then, so the last 25, 26 years, I've traveled west more than I've traveled east, and seen more mountains than I'd previously ever thought possible. In fact, this is a picture from the top of Mount Elbert, which is the tallest mountain in the American Rockies. Absolute amazing view. Another view here of that same mountain. I've probably taken more pictures of mountains than I've taken of people in the last probably 10 to 15 years, or at least my pictures tend to have a lot more people, a lot more mountains in them than they don't. So people are really just kind of an aesthetic to the picture of the mountains. Don't tell anyone else that. But I got really emotional when, after time of COVID and seeing my first mountains, Mount Rainier, from a plane in October 2021 was the first time I had seen a mountain since COVID. Yeah, so back to the call with the doctor. I was in shock. I'd been planning this kind of moment, this mountain trip with my buddies for months, was literally leaving in a few days, and now I had to, after a year of dealing with everything that we'd been dealing with, and then my, own mental state of all of that, and as an extreme extrovert, like it was not pretty. So after getting on the phone, I sat dumbfounded for a few moments, and then I bawled. I bawled like a baby, because everything was just, hitting all at once. I was devastated. Now, luckily, my friends who were, they were really understanding, suggested we go the Ozarks in Arkansas instead, and we'd make the most of it, which I was thankful for that. We had a great time, but it really wasn't the same. I mean, as great as that looks, who wants that when you can have that? So, but my doctor did, after I got back from camping, doctor referred me to a bunch of specialists, did go through a bunch of, I went and saw a lot of the gists, like the urologist, the neurologist, the neuropsychologist, the gastroenterologist, the hematologist, the oncologist, the geologist. All of those were, and I saw many of them, quite a few times. I had my blood drawn, I was poked, prodded, got an endoscopy and a colonoscopy because, why not? I am a rock star. For some of you, now you're going the geologist joke. There you go. That was that. Yeah. All sorts of other tests to kind of figure out what was going on. There had to be a bleed somewhere that was causing that, but they couldn't find anything. It wasn't until a couple years later that they figured out that I had a hiatal hernia that had been causing something, and had to have that deal with. But that's a whole other story. I'll have to figure out some way to make into a tech talk. But I didn't have any of those normal symptoms that you would have. So the only thing was really to kind of continue consuming vast amounts of iron, which, iron supplements was great. Also the more vegetables, green vegetables, eat your vegetables, kids, or take something that will help it. But really the next step was to wait and get to the neurologist after going through all those others. Finally, after a while, I eventually did get, I think it was about 8 months, it was about 6 months that I finally was able to get into the neurologist and neuropsychologist, and after doing that, went through the tests, about a month later, came back in. It was before that, yes, I did in fact have ADHD, and I had likely been undiagnosed as a child. I chuckled to him. I said, that was never going to happen. It wasn't undiagnosed. It just was ignored. The definition from the CDC on ADHD is it's a mental condition characterized by persistent difficulty in maintaining attention and concentration is frequently accompanied by hyperactive and impulsive behavior. So that's the official kind of designation. It's a condition that affects how different brain areas develop and work together. ADHD does start in childhood, but many people don't get this diagnosis until they're teenagers or adults. We'll come back to that bit here in a bit. People who have ADHD, they are neurodivergent. That really just means their brains develop and work differently than people who are neurotypical. So again, these are terms that have been identified to really identify what the difference is. It just means that some brains are developed one way and work as some expect, and others work the way they don't expect them to. But those symptoms, attention deficit for ADHD, revolve around this issue called executive dysfunction. So what that comes down to is executive functions help you manage focus, concentration, emotional regulation, impulse control, and self-motivation. Now, healthcare providers use the guidelines from the American Psychiatric Association, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, again, another riveting read if you're looking for one, that help diagnose ADHD. It is a diagnostic standard that does help ensure that everybody that's diagnosed has a consistent set of parameters. And so on these two, there's one that says, they have to have, six different, they have to have a multiple of these for at least 6 months, and that they need to kind of impact the way that you're able to function. So there's a big list, and I will be sending out, I'm going to post my slides that will have all of this information as well. So you'll be able to go and read into some of the stuff. There are 3 subtypes of ADHD. So when you get diagnosed with ADHD, they're going to say something like, you have ADHD with a focus or a emphasis on inattentive or hyperactive, impulsive, or mixed. You can have something that kind of goes on the both. Now, cis females aren't as likely to have hyperactive, impulsive symptoms. That means that they're less likely to have the hyperactive, impulsive, or mixed subtypes. And cis females are more likely to receive their diagnosis as adults than cis males. We'll get to why in a second. It is also important to note that ADHD symptoms really can vary between individuals and may present differently between, in males and females themselves. Now, with more common symptoms, more visible that are in men and boys, they get diagnosed more often. And those behaviors are often considered more socially acceptable for them than cis females. And so they tend to suppress or hide them to fit in better, and they don't get diagnosed. Culture, society has a really bad track record with that. Telling men, that cis males, boys, that it's okay to, it's expected to act this way, but cis females, you have to act this way. You can't express emotion, and yet we see what's happening with people that are in leadership being emotional. It's culture has done that, and it's a big disservice. So I want to say that. With the research, we know most studies don't take equal sample sizes. So if they even include those that have been assigned female at birth, even if they're included, it's not a comparable size that they would for anyone else. Inattentive symptoms in cis females with ADHD are more likely to occur in structured in educational environments, such as college, which may also delay the diagnosis as well. Cis females are less likely to outgrow ADHD, which you can outgrow ADHD, but cis females are less likely to do so. About 60% of cis females have ADHD that continues into adulthood, compared with only about 30% of men. Some of us are like, yep. People who outgrow it usually still have some symptoms, but they don't fall into the ability to be diagnosed in that way, because it doesn't hinder them as much, because they're not as severe and they don't meet that criteria. Cis males and females also show different patterns of comorbidity, which is when another condition occurs alongside ADHD. And so cis males are more likely to have externalized disorders, such as substance misuse, conduct disorders, antisocial personality disorders, which are very externally evident. Cis females are more likely to have internalizing disorders, so things like anxiety, depression, somatic symptom disorders, eating disorders. But more cis females struggle with an internalized sense of impairment that affects that sense of self and qualitative life management skills that cis males are able to get out because it's more acceptable to express them publicly. Oddly enough, cis men generally don't lack this sense of impairment and automatically assume they're doing just fine. I think we can all say that's a big joke, but yay. In gendered studies that have been done, they've only really documented 2 genders, girls and boys. So girls in their studies are often misdiagnosed and treated for anxiety and mood disorders as the primary diagnosis, ignoring what the other diagnosis can be. While boys with ADHD often exhibit hyperactivity and impulsivity, girls may be more likely to have inattentive symptoms, which can be less disruptive and therefore less likely to be noticed, again, as they're less presenting outwardly. It can lead to them being overlooked or misdiagnosed with other conditions, again, such as anxiety and depression. In recent years, there has been a kind of a significant increase in adult ADHD diagnoses. One study found that more than half of adults with ADHD receive their diagnosis in adulthood. This growth can really be contributed to a number of different factors. But what's interesting here is that, in Finland, this was a study that was done. I don't know that I actually mentioned that in here. This was a study. This was the CDC. So this was. More likely to be aged. 84% of those that had taken the survey were more likely to be adults than aged less than 50 years. But they were also less likely to have a bachelor's degree higher. They also fit certain cultural backgrounds, and that more likely to have household income that was below a certain standard. And so they're starting to see more of an adult onset being a very interesting thing to look at. As more research has emerged on ADHD, a greater recognition is that it can persist into adulthood. The stigma that is associated with a lot of mental health conditions has decreased, which is part of these factors that have made it, this growth of the diagnosis, encouraging more to seek help, receive a diagnosis. For myself, I know, and I'm not going to ask the question, but I know for me, it was a lot more, I'll say it was more accepted to go and receive that diagnosis and to talk about the fact that, hey, I'm really struggling in this area, whereas, years before, it wouldn't have been. And so we're seeing a lot more of that. And then, improved access to mental health services has made it easier for individuals to receive kind of that evaluation diagnosis. At the same time, the number of people that are not being served because of the way our health system is broken and has been broken for so long, it is also definitely affecting our ability to understand the mental health and to treat mental health for everybody. And so it tends to be those that are more privileged than others that tend to get that diagnosis. The expanded criteria for ADHD also has made it more inclusive, which is good, and it has potentially led to that increase. So as you test more and as you start to see what more affects, it's obviously going to rise. Some experts also suggest that a lot of the societal changes, such as, we're a lot more as a society, just look at TikTok and some of those others, like instant gratification, and that short span kind of starts to train us, and we think about that more, and so it does, the increasing demands of modern life, all of those things do present, ADHD presents a little bit more in those situations. Now, COVID-19 also has had an impact on ADHD. So the University of Helsinki, they found that their ADHD cases doubled during the pandemic. The largest increase was in cis females ages 13 to 30 in comparison, and that remote learning demanded a lot more executive function, which we don't do a lot of teaching of executive function, whether that's regardless of if it's because of neurodiversity or neurotypical. We just don't. We don't teach a lot of the really good ways to function, and so it presented that way. So back to me. My diagnosis, of course, it wasn't really a surprise because, as I'd mentioned before, to my parents, ADHD was a myth, and so, just an attempt by Big Pharma to make lots of money and get people addicted. They would also use that same excuse during, the last few years, and, based on whatever they would read, as is the case. But given I was homeschooled, for someone with ADHD, those short classes, no homework, context switching, and time to either go outside or later, get a job when I was, 16 in the afternoons. It was a dream. That accommodation themselves were baked into my learning, and so it was very advantageous for my neurodiverse brain that I didn't really realize, but it was giving me some great ways to learn. For example, I remember fondly working at a bakery where I got to chat with a lot of senior citizens, so it was that really good personal interaction. Bakery was in this older, elderly, kind of wealthy neighborhood who were just thrilled to have someone that would express interest in their stories, and I just, of course, loved to talk and hear and listen to them, and hearing all their different stories of the wagons going west and who on the Donner Party was really responsible for everything. That's an old joke for those of you who don't know who the Donner Party is. It was anyways. So my ADHD diagnosis, it made a lot of sense to me. As I looked back at my life, I was starting to kind of get that my diagnosis really, as I shared it, got this response from a lot of my friends. Was like, yay, you're one of us. And I was like, oh, okay, I've never really been a part of that big of a group before. That's awesome. But the doctor suggested that I would benefit from some medication to get with my primary doctor to identify what would work best. I did. The results for me were almost immediate. I talked to some of my friends going, this is how I'm supposed to feel? I'm supposed to function this way, being able to focus on something, and this is how it's supposed to look. It was a new experience. I'll just say it was definitely a new experience. As I adjusted to the medication along with work and life and such, I had to start all over with understanding how to function. I had, building up a lot of the things in part of the way that I worked and the way that the chosen careers that I'd had very much fit into ways that I was essentially self-medicating. The interactions, the short context, and interacting with people and gaining knowledge and then going and sharing it with others. And it was all of that fed and was able to kind of, I won't say self-medicate in some ways, but I was able to kind of build in some accommodations for myself into how I worked. And so but that wasn't enough. As I adjusted to the medication, I found myself being able to shift easily between different tasks as needed, which I always could, probably too easily, but this time now I could actually remember to come back to what I had been doing before, and I didn't have to go, well, I don't remember what I was doing. That was a new thing, but it also highlighted my propensity to overwork and not take the breaks that I needed. Would find myself doing more because I could now remember all the things I needed to do, and let's go do it. So I had to start to understand and learn to accept that some of my shortcomings weren't all my fault, and also that the diagnosis was an explanation, but not an excuse for the ways that I was living my life, the ways that I was working. So when I understood how my mind worked, I was able to start to embrace, my ADHD. Generally, people with ADHD, they excel when taking, kind of that bird's eye view look and analyzing a lot of potential kind of what ifs and hypotheticals, but also sometimes that can be a detriment when all those things become tangents. With so much incoming data, it is hard to focus on one thing in particular. So it does enable divergent thinking on a lot of different things with creativity and problem-solving abilities, so it can come in handy, but it also has that the detriment of probably overworking. And I also started going to therapy. If you don't go to therapy, I think everybody should, and this is not, an endorsement for big therapy. I don't know that there is a big therapy, but if there's a big pharma, I'm sure there's probably big therapy. But it wasn't a very important thing for me to start to process and understand how my way of thinking and working, and also how my lack of thinking and working and coping since 2020 and really looking back really all my life was affecting me and those around me. It also helped me understand kind of deep down a lot of the different experiences that I'd had that I hadn't quite connected the dots between what they were and how they deeply affected me, and how I approached many different situations and communities and relationships with this type of thought. It has been a really good resource because it helped me dig into all of this and identify ways that work for me to get things done. And interest and ways that I could communicate better with those around me. Therapists also introduced me to the idea of practicing mindfulness. Now, who knows what mindfulness is? Okay. So mindfulness is, it's really this, here the Mayo Clinic actually says, it is this, it's a type of meditation. You're focusing on being really aware of what you are, sensing and feeling in that moment. So if there's a trigger of maybe you realize that you start babbling, think about what that trigger is. What is it that's going on? Maybe there's your body might be getting really tense. Seeing what the triggers are, your body is actually a really good indicator of something that's going on. And so being able to look at that, figuring out some ways to relax and really engage with the world around me. And so working on that really also helped me to dive deeper into some of those other experiences. One of the biggest triggers for me, and maybe it might be for you as well, was that whenever I'd start to feel anxious about something, so whether that was out of control or didn't know what was planned, or I didn't know what was about, what are we going to do? What are we, we're going on vacation. What are we going to do? And that kind of spiral, understanding that, overwhelming with tasks, that I would start to feel a bit off. That came sometimes, I would feel my heart start to race a little bit. Maybe sometimes even break out into not a full sweat, but just a little what's going on? I started to sense what that was and could start to identify, okay, wait, I'm just feeling a little out of control. I don't know what's going on. Now let me stop and take a breath and think. So I was able to kind of look at that. Now, he also helped me to start to recognize that what had happened, identify what I was feeling, was going on around, turn that into taking a few moments to breathe, write down what I was doing. I'm terrible at journaling. But taking those moments to just write down something, even if it's on my phone, take it out, send a message to myself, okay, here's what happened, so I could process that. Get a glass of water, anything that would break up that moment is a way to get your brain out of that spiraling. And then you can move forward and kind of analyze the situation. Now, a couple things that I want to kind of get here, and we're getting towards the end, is that I say all this because cut yourself some slack. Be open, tell your story. It's okay to tell your story. It's okay to have to deal with these things. It doesn't have to hold you back. Talk to someone, get help. There are a lot of resources available. There is look at some of the suggested kind of coping mechanisms that came from a number of different places. Everything from planners, to-do lists, reminders can help. Use your, whether it's Apple or Google, use the, hey, remind me to do this. Set something on your calendar. Block out time. Have little timers that go off that set, the Pomodoro technique of setting a timer that, okay, now go do something else. Danny Donovan has a great book to help on that. Practice mindfulness, as I said. Get your sleep. Now, people with ADHD have different sleep patterns. Going back to me reading book for 2 days and not sleeping for 2 days, that's still a thing for me. Exercise, eat a healthy diet, all those things can help getting your body in your brain the things they need to start dealing with some of the things you have and help give you the thing. Connect with others who understand the challenges. I'm not saying you got to go find a support group, but talk with your friends, share your story, see what other people are doing. Seek professional support from therapists or ADHD coaches. There are those out there, and they are very helpful. There are some other ways to kind of cope, especially with hyperactivity, like shaking legs. When you're sitting, is one way to just kind of get some of that energy out. Is a physical energy. Now, my kids are like, okay, stop, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, but it's a little trick. They've learned to say, hey, stop, and it's like, okay, now I can go and do something else. I can kind of break out of that. Engaging activities involve hand movements. I mean, the whole fidget spinners, they work for a lot of people. Some people they don't, but that is a real thing that can help transfer that energy into some activity and can keep your brain engaged. Standing while working can provoke movement, so get a standing desk, but also make sure you stay at the standing desk. I tend to all of a sudden sit down, and then I haven't stood up while I'm working for months, and then, oh, yeah, stand up. Chewing gum can also provide kind of that sensory input that can help your brain start to, that motion can now get your brain to think about other things. It's amazing how that kind of helps with concentration. There are a lot of resources available. And these are just the tip of the iceberg. CDC, World Health Organization, there's a lot. ADHD Programmers is actually a fun Reddit to get on, but there's a lot of people sharing their stories there, some little tips. There are, and I will say this, I have not, with the changes that have happened, and I probably should have, that have happened in the last few weeks, National Institute of Health and the benefits.gov did have, at the time of me kind of gathering some of this, did have those resources available. Good to check, because the government does have a lot of resources for people with ADHD that they can take into account. And at your job, and I'm going to say this, there's a number of others here, but I'll end on this. With your job, there are still rules in place that if you can seek an accommodation, and this is not as an excuse, but it is seek an accommodation for a thing, whether that's you need a standing desk, or you really struggle with executive function and you're working with a therapist, but you need an accommodation to be able to work. Talk to HR about what accommodations are available. They are a resource for you. Now, HR is a resource for the company to protect them. They're not your friend. But there are resources available to make use of them. Stack Overflow blog, they actually had a great, the one at the bottom, they actually had a great kind of podcast series on this. So if you're in tech, there's a lot of really good resources there. With that is all I have. Get help, ask questions, and be one of us. I just kind of made that one up on the end. It might stick. So, any questions? Yeah. Well, actually, we need a
second. Let me run over there.
So while he does that, I'm going to take a drink.
While he's taking his break, let's give him a round of applause. It's great coming out and putting yourself out there like this. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Just want to know if the slide deck's going to be available.
Yes, I will be posting this. Yeah, I will be posting. I'm not going to eat it. Yes, I will be posting those out. I will share. I know that SCaLE, we can upload ours. I think they'll give us something we can upload it to, so you'll be able to go back to it. I will get that. This is my second talk this week, and I was supposed to share slides from another one earlier this week. I still haven't. ADHD, hi. So yes, I will get them shared out. They'll be on the SCaLE's page, as well as I will share those on Blue Sky as well, and probably LinkedIn. But yes, they will be available. Absolutely. Anyone else? Yeah.
Sir, sorry. Can you raise your hand?
Right here. Yes. Sorry. And while it's going there, let me say this before you ask this question. Sorry. If you're here and you think, you know what, this might answer questions for me, or you know what, I had one talk, I gave this once, and a parent came up and said, you know what, I've been wondering if my child, if this is something that might be for her, and I've just kind of been putting this off, but now I need to go do it. Get her in and let's talk about it. Another guy said that one of his sons had been diagnosed, and he wondered about the other one. And I don't say it in here, but ADHD they're finding it is generally genetic. Yeah, if that answers questions for you, definitely get that. Go contribute to help your kids. Yes.
All right, so I'm not sure how to phrase this, but because I'm thinking more general. But I know for me, when I'm in certain, being on call is beautiful, because I interrupt my day, I solve a problem, and I'm done, and it's great. There's other aspects of working in the technology field, just writing a resume is my Achilles heel in a lot of ways. Do you have any thoughts on things that you've found to help with, I guess just generally the stuff that you hate doing?
So I can't say don't do them. That was meant to be a joke, but I sometimes actually do say don't do them. There are, I would say, look at some of the resources. I would actually look Danny Donovan's. I wish I remembered what it's called. It's on her website, ADHD-DD.com. But there are workbooks to that you start your day with, and saying, okay, I need to get this done, and I need to do that. That's helped me at least to just write down, beginning of the day, here's what I need to do. In terms of some of the more menial tasks, you mentioned writing resumes and those kind of things. Paige Bailey from Google wrote a article about how she actually has used Gemini, which of course she works at Google, but has used AI to help with some of those tasks. And for her, it was, here's all the tasks I have to do, and here, because there was she had a lot of GitHub issues and others to deal with. And so she said, okay, I want to try and automate some of this so that it removes some of the noise and brings the signal for what I really have to do. Yes. So that can be a way. It's not always a way, but I would look at something like that might help bring some of those tasks up to the forefront. Also, if you can get it, if you can get something done when you think about it, get it done then. The more opportunity you have, and I have, to say, you know what, I'm going to do that later, means I'm going to come back to it and go, I'm going to do that later. So when you're thinking about it, if you can do that, do it then. Especially if it's something you can do really quickly, just get it done. That's a muscle you have to exercise, but I would look at that. kind of have to find that thing that works for you. If you're able to do therapy, that is good, that at least to just help think through some of those things. But I would look at some of those resources on just how to figure out some of the planning pieces. Yeah. There's not a silver bullet as much as there just really isn't. And that's, yeah. Any other questions? And I'll pop out in the hallway. I know we're getting close. Right? Yeah. So that one, and then there's a guy in the black shirt here. Yes.
Hi there. I totally related to you when, you said parents that they just think it's made up, and then you go through the whole medical procedure, and they tell you meds and all that. But how do you explain in a work situation, like when you're developing, that you need to advocate for yourself? How did you advocate for yourself in work situations?
Advocating for yourself at the job is I don't have a great answer for that. And the reason being is that the job I was at the time was a whole lot more sensitive to that, and I didn't have to advocate for it. So I think that goes also to where I said, like, look at what the resources are that your company has. Look for your ERGs. If you're at a company that has some employee resource groups, that's a great way to look at it. Some of these resources have some things for you with your company. The Workplace Accommodations Guide is a great one. ADHD Workplace Accommodation Guide, that can give you some pointers for that. Advocating for yourself is very, very difficult, and I would look at some of those resources. I'd be happy to talk a little bit deeper into that afterwards. Yeah, next question. And I think this might, unless we have one more, got one more after this. Yeah.
So with ADHD, I know hyperfocusing is a thing. If you hyperfocus, how do you manage task switching?
So the Pomodoro technique that is used, like if you're going to do a task, set a timer that goes off. That physical thing that happens, like whether it's the ding, something that gets your brain to break a little bit, and then you go on to the next thing. Like set those blocks of time can be very helpful. That's also where mindfulness does kind of come in as well. So when you start to get into that hyper focus, recognizing the trigger, and then what are you going to do with it? So those are some techniques. Again, I would say look at like the Pomodoro way can be very helpful. And if you don't use that, use something that will that kind of breaks your concentration. Everybody has something that kind of breaks their concentration. Find whatever that is. You know what it is, or you probably have an idea. Use something like that as part of that time box, so that at that point you can step to the next. That's one way. Yes. Last question.
That actually was where I was going to go, is because I noticed that a lot of the presentation you were talking about the inattentiveness side of things, and I was curious more about if your personal experience with the identification of hyper-focusing being a part of the experience, as well as identifying ways of taking personal responsibility of that, because it's when you don't really realize that it's something that you're personally dealing with, it's kind of hard to break out of that and also take personal responsibility for it and let the irritability get a handle on you. So I was curious to see if you had any of your own personal experience to share on that.
For my experience on that, it's having somebody, whether that's a partner, whether that's a family member, a friend, that in those moments that you trust them enough to say, hey, you know what? Help me in this. If you see this, just say something. That's helpful. I've started to notice, I was even thinking as you were asking questions, I was doing that, I have certain tics that when I realize I'm getting to that point where I'm getting a little hyperactive, or I might just have a little bit more energy, I've started to recognize those, but it's come from friends and partner and whatever that have said, what you're doing now, what are you thinking? Even it's just the question of, hey, what are you thinking right now? And that breaks a little bit of that focus, hyper-focus in that moment, but it also causes me to think a little bit of oh, I don't know what I was thinking, but as I start to get more introspective, going, okay, well, there's something that's a trigger. Let me explore that a little bit. And then talking to a therapist around that too, getting to help with, okay, I'm noticing this. How do I deal with it? They have great insight into how to kind of take that next thing. But it is, find somebody that can be open with it, or to just say, hey, I'm feeling this. Or if you respond really quick to somebody and you didn't mean it to be the way it was, it just comes out of that hyperactivity, it is okay for you to say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Here's what I was feeling, and readdress it. And if they can't take that, then work on a conversation with it. But it really is that accepting for yourself that is a part of you, and work with somebody you trust to how you take steps. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I'll be in the back.
One more time for Jeremy, please. Thank you. Also, just a heads up, our next talk starts in 15 minutes. We are going to have Mark Hinkle with a crash course on open source generative AI. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
A couple more minutes, let people come on in and take a seat, and then if it's still a little loud outside there, I will close the door. All right, everybody. You are at SCaLE 22 and have made it to the last official session for the day. I think there are some birds of a feather coming up after this and game night. But for now, want to take a moment. General information session tracks. Our talk coming up right now is a crash course in open source generative AI with Mark Hinkle. Mark is an emerging technology executive with over 25 years of industry experience. Through those 25 years, Mark has gained expertise in the use of enterprise software, including AI, and is the CEO of Peripety Labs. He's also a sought-after speaker, writes a newsletter, and today he's going to give us that crash course in in generative AI and open source. Mark?
All right. All right. So thanks for coming at 6:15 at night. I'm keeping you from dinner or drinks or dinner and drinks or bed. I'm from the East Coast, so normally my dog would have looked at me 45 minutes ago and herded me into the bedroom. So I had some late coffee today, so I'm going to try and go through. What I normally do is I teach this course in 8 hours, and that's not the crash course. So what I've been doing all day is just whittling it down so I can get through this fast. But I don't want you to sweat it because I'll make the slides and some other stuff available afterwards. So this is going to be fun. I am the CEO of a company called Peripety Labs. Anybody know what the word peripety means? It means when the hero knows he's wrong. I had a corporate job, and at some point I registered that domain and knew this was going to happen someday. Now my main thing that I do is I consult with emerging tech companies and high-tech companies with their AI strategies. So my customers are people like Docker, Pulumi, IBM, MongoDB, Intel, and what I really like to do is write. I used to be the editor-in-chief of Linux World magazine back when there was a Linux World magazine, Enterprise Open Source magazine, like 20 years ago, and now nobody will give me a job writing because I'm a little opinionated, so I just write my own stuff, and that's the AIE.network, the Artificially Intelligent Enterprise Network. So that's a little bit about me. My corporate gigs, I was the VP of Marketing for Linux Foundation. I worked side by side with Linus Torvalds. It was very cool. I worked at Citrix, where I started their open source business office. I worked on things like OpenStack, the Zen hypervisor. And so I have good open source chops, but every time there's a new tech trend, I switch. So I was at cloud.com, I was their DevRel VP, and then I went to do some stuff with Kubernetes. I had a startup called Trigger Mesh where we did open source event-driven integrations. And today I am doing stuff in AI, hoping to catch the wave. So anyhow, this is just sort of what the AIE network is. The newsletters are all free. They're all designed to help people learn. The thing I realized doing DevRel stuff is I like to introduce people to new technologies, help them understand it. The one I write specifically is the AIE, or is AI Enterprise. Anybody DevOps people in here? AI CIO is written by John Willis, the author of the DevOps Handbook. AI Tangle is like the morning brew for AI. And then the AI marketing is self-explanatory. And then AIOS is where I put my courses up for free. So I normally don't do just open source. I do all of that. So that's sort of the derivative. And you can do a 14-day free course with a lot of this content. So don't sweat the fact that we're trying to do 8 hours of content in an hour. We'll get there. If you want the slides, if you go to bit.ly/AI SCaLE, you can sign up there and I'll send you the slides afterwards. That's my newsletter sign up, but it's going to tag that you came into SCaLE and that you can get the slides. Plus I have some other bonus stuff for you. Another thing I do is something called All Things Open AI. Has anybody ever gone to All Things Open in Raleigh, North Carolina? It's like the SCaLE of the East Coast. So we're doing, in a week, we're doing a conference there. If anybody wants to attend, feel free to go. Use the code SCaLE22X. There's a free day of training. Is that a sign from above that I should not be giving this talk? But, well, that'll be fun. Anyhow, the first day is a full day of training, and normally that costs $500. If anybody has friends or wants to go, it's free because you came to my talk today, and you can get all of this stuff here. So none of it costs anything. I just put it out there because it's hard to get all of this out in the talk. But before we get to that, I'm going to give you my AI conference hack. So last weekend, I do newsletters. I went to a newsletter conference. This is the best hack I found is if you have the ChatGPT hack, which I know ChatGPT is not open source, but you can go and give it the prompt that says, I'm at this conference, remember everything. And as you see slides and things you like, you can take pictures on the app, you can record snippets, you can type notes, and at the end, I tell it to summarize it. It was an experiment last weekend. It gave me a nice brief of all the talks I went to the day. So that's my AI hack. You could be, if you're an open source person running GPT for all, I think you can use it, but the thing that's cool about it is if you hit the search in the toolbar and you don't quite get the name of something, it went out and found the stuff and gave me hyperlinks in that. So that's my overall AI hack for conferences. So normally what I teach people is how AI works and then how to apply it to their job. I think AI is probably the most interesting tech trend that I've been around for. And I worked for the first international ISP PSINet in the 90s when people dialed up with the buzzy modems at 9600 baud and were amazed. So I'm trying to get all of that into 1 hour, and we're already at 7 minutes in. So I'm going to go like an auctioneer, but you have the hack. Take the pictures, use ChatGPT. You can get the slides afterwards, but I'm going to try and cover a lot of stuff that I think is interesting generally in AI, and then I'm going to apply the things that I know and like as far as open source goes. But I'm going to teach you how it works, and then where the sort of open source stuff is alongside that. So how many people here use ChatGPT? How many people here use something other than ChatGPT? Anybody run their own large language model? Use like GPT for all or Olama? So cool. That gives me a little context. So it all starts with the data. So it's just like when we start with a large language model, it's an algorithm. It's like a baby. When it's born, it doesn't have a lot of information about the world, so we got to give it information. And so we rely on a lot of information to do this. And I think I'm losing my thing here. There you go. Is that better? All right. So what we do is we got to collect our data. Now, as an individual user or an enterprise user, what you want to think about is what data you have and what you want to apply to a large language model, and what kind of data you want to share with other people who may use your data for, their own personal gain, and what data you want to keep private. And the reason that you want to gather all that data is the more data the model has, the more information it has about the world. This is why it's always in the news. OpenAI is, I think, settling with the New York Times now. New York Times, because they scraped the web, violated everybody's copyright, trained their models with it. Adobe did the same thing with their vision models. And now Google is buying Reddit data because if we're human beings, the way it works for us is we eventually read stuff, but before we read stuff, we see stuff, we hear stuff, we touch stuff. That's sort of the hole in the data, is we don't have much spatial awareness of the world if you're a large language model. I just anthropomorphized a algorithm, so that's also a problem with AI is it's just an algorithm. It's a machine. It doesn't have feelings. As creepy as it is when you have a conversation with it, you sort of feel like it. But the amount of data that they've collected to train ChatGPT, or which is one of the biggest ones, DeepSeek's the other big one, Meta's Llama, is about the same amount of data that a 4-year-old child has collected. Because if you think about the bandwidth from vision, touch, smelling, hearing, sight, yeah, it's a little late in the day. I didn't have enough coffee yet, but all that data, if you just measure the amount of data, it's not even close to an adult. And so we got to remember that today, where large language models are, and all AI models are they're like they're infants. They're small children as far as their understanding of the world. And until we get more and more data in there, it's never going to be as capable as a human being. But in certain aspects, it is. So if you think about a large language model, Gemini, ChatGPT, Llama, whatever, it's basically like a librarian that has read every book in the Library of Commerce and has instant recall. Now, if for whatever reason that of all those books, they had pictures of dogs and they had pictures of deer and cows and horses, but they didn't have a picture of a cat, it wouldn't know what a cat is. So if we show it a picture of a cat, we ask it, do you know what this is? And it'd say, well, it sort of looks like a dog, but because it hasn't seen that, it can infer it's something different than a dog, but it wouldn't know what it is. So that's sort of the overall why you want to give it all this data, so it has the understanding of the world. All right? So we have all this data, and it's structured, it's unstructured, and it's in all sorts of places. So we have data in our email. We have data in our My Documents folder. Our companies have data in our HR records. And all of this data is in different formats. And what we want to do is process that data, clean it, and organize it in a way that these models can consume it. So if it's images, it uses a training algorithm to bring that in. If it's large language models, the two most popular open source ones are PyTorch, which is something that came out of Facebook that is open source, so that's how you train the data into the model, or it could be TensorFlow, which came out of Google, and that's open source as well. What it's doing is taking that data and learning from that data. And this is just a little Easter egg. I was on the floor walking around today, and I met these guys, Oxen.ai. They are a tool that does that kind of thing, that helps you take that data, and what you do with the data is you want to give that data context, so you label that data. And so if we had a bunch of pictures for a vision model, so a vision model is something like DALL-E from ChatGPT or Midjourney or Stable Diffusion, we would want to, if we had a picture of a cat, we say this is a cat. So it might know what a cat is, but it doesn't know what a cat looks like, and you label that to give it context so it can learn. Just like when you go to school and you're like in kindergarten, they have picture books. This is effectively what we're doing at a massive, massive scale. Imagine going to kindergarten for like 500 years. That's what we've done in a couple years. But what you do with something like this is you take your data, unstructure it, you label it, and then you prepare it so it can be consumed by the model. And then you can store that data. And you can store that data where the way we store data in AI world is we store it in vector databases. So I went to school for engineering until I decided that I wasn't cut out for it, but I did all the math. So anybody here do vector math in college? Basically, so when we think about a database today, it looks like a spreadsheet, right? Rows and tables, or we look at something like a NoSQL database, which is a key value store, which is a big columnar thing that allows you to have a identifier and then a piece of data. The way vector databases work is they think of it in three-dimensional space. So they have these vectors, and because you're using this three-dimensional space, you can use triangulation to get data clustered in a way that has multiple relations. And so that's how you go through a lot of data really, really fast. So That's also the reason why NVIDIA is the hottest company on the planet. So, any gamers in here? Ever build your gaming rig with an NVIDIA card? The reason that NVIDIA is really good at that is that the kind of math that makes 3D graphics is triangular math. So that when AI came around, that triangular math, that's why NVIDIA went from, oh, cool, GPUs, to now everybody wants GPUs, is because that helps you search through that vector data. Here's the open source databases, and I think the majority of folks probably use open source vector databases for what they're doing. I listed a couple of them, but the two that I'm going to really talk about are Milvus is probably the most commonly used open source vector database. And what you do is you take the data and you embed it. And there's like a process to take that data and turn it into those triangles, like put it in there in those triangles, or put them in vectors, and allows it to triangulate. The embeddings and the way you put it in there is really important for how performant vector databases are. Like I said, I took the math, didn't do very well, but that's like sort of the secret for performance to allow for the large language models to search for it. The other one that's interesting is I think I like Postgres. A lot of us use Postgres. It's one of the most common, he's cheering, all right. It's one of the most common databases in use in the world. They have their PG vector extensions for that. The thing that I think is going to be hard for a lot of folks is you have data stored everywhere, and now you've got to take it, collate it, put it in vectors, or you can search and do something else called retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, where you can query your existing databases and sort of recompile it and make a query against the database. And I've just so oversimplified that every data scientist in here is like, you're such a moron. But anyhow, it's all right. But what you're doing is you're taking that and making it consumable by these algorithms that run these large language models. So open source vector databases, if you're doing, there's as a service, there's one that's sort of popular as Pinecone. If you use MongoDB, they're sort of in the middle. What they have is vector search, but they're a document store, so they're sort of storing their documents and they're translating and sort of making some on-the-fly conversions so that, say you already have you have a web app and you have tons and tons of records in there and they're always updated. You might use something like MongoDB Atlas, and they're sort of open source. They're like a little there for a while. I think they have a lot of open source stuff, but typically what you're doing is consuming them as a service. All right? So then we have this thing, machine learning. Machine learning is really the precursor to generative AI. And basically what that is algorithms that go look at your data, they look at patterns, relationships, and using statistical techniques. A lot of people today say they're doing AI. What they're really doing is still machine learning. Because, like I said, the large language models, some of these other AI models are 4-year-olds. So making them a little bit smarter and doing sort of things like that, machine learning is still a big part of AI. Then we have something like deep learning. And then this is where, did I put deep learning before? Yeah, I want to go to the machine learning models. Sorry about that. So you have things like supervised learning, and that's where you're learning and you're labeling and there's people watching it. The unsupervised learning is when they're sort of letting the algorithm make the decisions, and then there's reinforcement learning. So example of anybody that uses ChatGPT and you know the little thumb on the bottom that said, was this a good answer? That's actually that's humans in the loop to give feedback or reinforce whether the answer was right or wrong. So they're using that to start to like distill bad answers for good answers, get better, get it from the 4-year-old to the 4.5-year-old. Okay, I'm gonna go back. Then we have this thing called deep learning. And deep learning is, think about it this way, it's layer after layer of like iteration over and over again. So it's like when you, this is dating me, like the old inkjet printers, or they would sort of make multiple passes to fill in the dots. That's basically what happens is we sort of sketch out the outline and then we fill in the spaces until we get the whole picture. That is a simplification of deep learning where all of these layered neural networks process vast amounts of data. So, okay, let's go back to, and I think I took out one part that, trying to make this quicker, but then we have these, the things that are interesting about AI is this idea of neural networks and GPTs. So the neural network, they say, mimics the brain, which is funny because we still don't really know how the brain works, but we're going to use an analogy of we don't really understand this one thing, so we're going to put something else we don't quite understand on top of it and give an explanation. And I'm furthering that process here today, but these neural networks are going back and forth and iterating on this data. And you know, the big breakthrough that started generative AI was something called a GPT. So that's why it's ChatGPT, is this transformer model. And the way that they came to this is somebody ran over their AWS bill. So this is what they used to do, is you would run these training runs, and at some point, if you overtrain the model, it does something called overfitting. So it's looking at the data so much that it actually gets worse results than better. But if you forget to turn off the process, leave it for a couple days, what happened was it overtrained it to the point where it started getting better again, and that's how the GPT came to effect. So if you want to learn a little bit more about that, Google published a paper called Attention is All You Need. That's sort of like talks about how that happened. But that's where we are today. So we've gone through that. The thing that is in the news all the time right now is generative AI models. So from ChatGPT is the latest and greatest right now is GPT 4.5. It just came out, I think, like a week ago. It's very in the last couple weeks. And then the one that has been in the news, how many have seen the DeepSeek headlines, right? Dropped $1 trillion of value off the S&P 500 and all these companies because people are sheep. And we get scared and we run away from the wolf. And DeepSeek was the wolf of AI, not the wolf, and apparently now the wolf of Wall Street. But what happens with these generative AI models is we talked about machine learning. It was analyzing patterns and data. So we've analyzed the patterns of data, and now we're actually creating something. Before, machine learning is actually sort of summarizing, learning from the patterns of data. Generative AI is, I type in something like, tell me a story and about a wolf and a dog. And it would write out a story like a wolf and the dog. And it's actually had enough context. It's like a little kid telling you a story that they made up in their head. And that's interesting because it's creating stuff. So generative AI models like that. We have Stable Diffusion, which is another model for vision, where it's looked at a lot of pictures and now it can do that. My favorite one is Midjourney. Has anybody here used Midjourney? Yeah. Anybody use Stable Diffusion? DALL-E is the one from ChatGPT. I think Midjourney I like the best because you can sort of, like today it's sort of like, I don't know, anybody have a spirograph when they're a kid where you sit there and spin around and you reverse and it's, you know, you sort of are guiding it, but you sort of didn't know what was going to come out? That's sort of where we're at today. In a couple years, it's going to be more like a paintbrush, like with Illustrator and Photoshop or Inkscape or whatever your open source editor of choice, the GIMP. And you're going to be able to sort of paint with it more and have more control. But today, what it's really doing is you're sort of giving it seeds, you're giving it a description, you're saying how much chaos, distortion, noise, all these sort of things, depending on how they name the parameter. And then it sort of, like you say, draw a picture of a dog, I'm a dog guy, so all my own analogies. I miss my dog Woodford. He's at home in North Carolina today, so probably have way too many dog analogies. But give it a picture of a dog, make him fluffy, white and black, make him look like a sheepdog. Sometimes he does look like a sheepdog when I do that. Sometimes he looks like a sheep. And it's a problem of the fact that you're trying to guide it. You know, but that's what generative AI models do, is they take what they know, take your seed, your prompts, and all this stuff, and try and make some sense of that. So I'm going to talk about open source models. So open source does not translate well to large language models. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the models and which ones are open source and why I think they're more open source or less open source. And then I'm going to talk about why it doesn't really translate 100%. So the first one that Mark Zuckerberg talks about is Llama 3, and that's from Meta. And it is a good model. It is a free model. It is not open source. It is free to use, but if you use the open source definition, there's some things in the open source definition that says no discrimination against groups. One of the things in the Llama model that is my gripe is, and it's not a big group that it discriminates against, but if you use it for something and you have more than 600 million users, then you got to go get a license from Facebook or their permission at least. So if you start building something like you're a student at Harvard and you do stupid stuff, and then all of a sudden you create a social network and all of a sudden it gets really, really big, you could be in a world of hurt when you hit 600 million and one users. So that's why I don't like that as an open source model. For most people, I think it's pretty capable. It started out as a large language model, so the large language model's text in, text out. Now it's a multimodal model. Multimodal model means text in, images in, text out, images out, and you can specify that. Most of the models now are that way. Gemini from Google is a multimodal model. But if I'm looking at it, we have Llama, probably one of the biggest, most capable ones. Mistral. Mistral is a French company. They really are open source. And their models were sort of innovative because they did something called mixture of experts. So think about, instead of having like the librarian that I talked about earlier that read everything, imagine you have a librarian, you have a professor from Harvard or somewhere, MIT, somewhere good. And you have, someone who's an expert in nature, an expert in whatever, chemistry, biology, whatever those things are. And then you think about there's sort of a director at the top. And that director says, your question is about, dogs. So it goes to, of course, and it goes to the biology expert. And you have a question and it's about, chemistry. And you go to the professor of chemistry, and it's computer science or coding, you go to the MIT expert, and it decides that you don't have to go to this big, huge, super smart oracle, no pun intended, of an expert, because the problem with that is when you use the big brain, you use more compute, you use more power, it's not efficient, and it's not going to give you a better answer in a lot of cases. So there's this idea of the lead expert orchestrator that decides which expert the question goes to. This is the pattern I think we're going to see in the long term. What you're going to have is something called an LLM router, and there's an open source project called LiteLLM, and what it does is it can route your question to 100 different models, and that way, if you train a model, your own personal model, it can go ask your personal model, and if you have a general question, it can go to the general model, like ChatGPT's GPT-4 or Gemini or Llama or wherever you want to go. And that way, you can go to the expert model that's best for it. So right now, it's all packaged together for somebody like Mistral, DeepSeek, which we're going to talk about, that's a mixture of experts. I think that's the design pattern, not only for efficiency, but privacy. So if you're a company, you might have your intranet LLM directing stuff to ChatGPT. If you're asking like general questions about like the stock market or news or current events, maybe even marketing, the thing that's cool about ChatGPT is the web search index. Same thing with Gemini. They have Google's web search, so it can actually, rather than you have to type everything in, it can go search the web, do the research, come back, rather than you tell it what, all this stuff and have it analyze the data. Like when I write my newsletter, if I say, I want you to write like me, go look at the AIE.net to see what we write, and it can pull all my content without it having to train it. It's gonna, on the fly, go do that web search and help inform my query. So that's, that's why I like ChatGPT, because it's the LLM with the search capability. Gemini has it. There's two things that I really like right now. Well, actually 3 models that do it pretty well is Gemini, from Google, ChatGPT, and then DeepSeek all have web search capabilities. And so when you do that, you don't have to like cut and paste the web page in there for it to analyze something that it wasn't trained on. Then there's Falcon. Falcon is actually, the reason it's notable is it was trained for Arabic languages. So it was, I believe, came out of the UAE. I put it in there where it came. But the thing is, it was just, it's a different character set, and it was specifically designed to be trained on that kind of character set and that knowledge. Bloom was an early one. Bloom is a scientific model. Bloomberg, actually the big financial data company, built their own model, and I think they used Bloom to analyze, because they have like, going back to the data thing, they have 100 years of data, and some of it's public, like stock market performance, and other is like, what the deep state people have been doing for 100 years, and they have access to that, so they're training on that. And I'm just kidding, there's no deep state. Fine. Finally, the one that I really like, as far as if I was doing it and I was, like I used to do useful stuff like run web servers and DNS for millions of people, and if I was doing stuff for my own infrastructure, I like the ones from IBM, and that's Granite. It's true open source. The reason I like it is because they have a little bit more rigor in their process. Like, ChatGPT tried to license Scarlett Johansson's voice. She said no, and then all of a sudden the new ChatGPT mobile app comes out. Sounds a heck of a lot like Scarlett Johansson. So I think there's a little bit of the cowboy. I'm a startup guy. We're cowboy a little bit, but if you really want to do, conservative, know that the models are coming from a place where there's rigorous engineering process, I like Granite. I know the guy who is the head of engineering for Granite lives in my neighborhood. He's a nice guy. He's like, I trust him. I don't know. He could be, have multiple personalities, but I sort of doubt it. And then finally, we have DeepSeek. So let's talk about DeepSeek. So DeepSeek is open source, legit license. I think I put it here. I think it's at MIT. Yeah, MIT. So MIT license is very permissive license. You can take it. There's not a lot of things any restrictions that are significant on it. Do whatever you want. And the thing that made DeepSeek interesting was, first of all, all these announcements about how performant it was, and they trained it for so cheap. I don't think that's true. The problem was DeepSeek is in China, and we have export restrictions from NVIDIA. So technically, there's only supposed to be so many NVIDIA GPUs in China. So it's very convenient that it falls within that thing. Ironically, though, Singapore, which has 107 data centers that probably all could fit in this room, has bought a lot of GPUs, and I don't think they have enough power to power them. So, I mean, if you are a conspiracy theorist, which I don't know conspiracy, but I'm not dumb either, or not that dumb. I would say that they probably have bought a bunch of GPUs from there. So the fact that they trained it cheap, I think that's sort of a red herring. The one that was trained cheap that's really capable is the Sky model out of Berkeley that they trained for $500. I think that is more of an interesting thing about training a high-performing model with a very little amount of resource. But the thing that's cool about it is they published how they did it, and what they did is going to filter down into all the other models, closed source and open source. And the way these models work, I'm not going to go super deep in this because it's geeky. I tried to dumb it down, but I had to go read the paper twice to figure out how to dumb it down the best. But the multi-head latent attention, basically what it's doing there is reading between the lines. It's sort of taking this data and it's like inferring on the fly. The way that we normally would look at data is, in a large language model, is you take and we'll go into this a little bit later, is we take your data and we convert your words into something called tokens. So these things don't actually speak English. What they do is they take your words, they break it up into these little pieces, and then they use statistical methods to guess what the next word, the next token is, not even the next word. So TH might be a token, EAR might be a token. They don't know putting them together is there. They just know that these are tokens. They use statistics and they guess at the most likely word. So if I said the quick brown fox probably ends up with jumps over the lazy dog, you have a probability. Stuck another dog in there, by the way. The other thing that they did that's related to that is the multi-token prediction. So the way that I just described it was single token prediction. What they said is, let's look at 5 tokens and then guess at the next 5 tokens, and that's a more processing efficient way to do it. And that's why they were able to make a lot of change of advancements. The other thing that they did that is just better expert management, like we talked about earlier, that mixture of experts. They were just, they created the committee of experts. And so rather than just pick one expert, they picked a couple that were sort of, adjacent to try and make better guesses. So that's the other thing. And then the final thing is this FP8 precision training. Let's just say that they used memory better than they did before. And we're all talking about how hard it is to get GPUs. The next shortage I see coming is DDR3 RAM, because these models require a lot of memory and what we know as conventional memory. So those 4 things are why they were better. But they told everybody. So it's like they made cookies. They made those, what are those Mrs. Fields cookies that everybody loved? And they shared the cookie recipe with everybody. Now everybody can sort of tweak the recipe, and maybe somebody's going to do something awesome like put gummy bears in their cookies, and we're going to love them better than the chocolate chips. But that cookie recipe is now available to everybody in the industry. And this is why open source is great, is the shared innovation. So I'm not a fan of DeepSeek from the standpoint of I wouldn't use it, simply because their training data, if they adhered to the Chinese state, is trained on data behind the Great Firewall of China. So one of the things I did was ask it about any significant events at Tiananmen Square. They're not going to talk about the horrible things. If you ask them about the Uyghurs, which are the ethnic group that has been oppressed in China, it's not going to answer that. Sometimes it's just going to choke. Sometimes you'll see it thinking, but it's not going to answer that because it has instructions or it doesn't have the data. But you ask ChatGPT, you ask any of these other models I listed, you're probably going to do that. You can get that. So anyhow, there's where that neural network slide got to. I knew I slipped it out there, but we already hit that one. So let's talk about training. Most of us will never train a model. This is like We might make a model rocket, but we're not going to send one to the moon. So that's like NASA grade training for the most part, for big models. We might train littler models if you're in a reasonable mid-size enterprise someday and you have a lot of data. So you have your logistics data. I interned at a paper company and when I was in college, and probably it has production data, sales data, stuff like that. You might train a small model, and that's where I think Granite is a good choice. But you're probably going to do more of a fine tuning, and that's after it's been trained. And so the thing about the open source models that are cool is somebody has spent a lot of money, and you see what ChatGPT or Sam Altman has said, OpenAI, they're training it like 4.0 model was like 100 million, and then DeepSeek said that theirs was like 5 million. IBM is training Granite models, and they're doing the heavy lifting, and then what you'll probably do is fine tune it. And that's a little bit like after it's baked, it's like you went through grade school, you went through high school, it's time to go to college. That's what you're doing is you're layering on more data and you're fine tuning. And that is a very, very non-technical simplification, but you're just layering on an additional layer of training. And that's what most of us will do. If we do not fine tune it, the other thing that you can do, and I mentioned it earlier, is retrieval augmented generation. And that's, the acronym is RAG. It's a terrible acronym. It sounds like raggedy, like it's not a good thing, but it is the way that you take a prompt and you take data and you apply it to a model in a way that you can inform your query and get back an answer. So if I go to ChatGPT and I say, tell me about the sales for the AIE for next year, it has no idea. It doesn't see my fresh books. It doesn't see my financial statements. So what you would do is you would do a RAG query where you would extract the data, apply it with the prompt that says, I want you to come up with a forecast. And once you inform it and add that data, you can improve the quality of the response. You will get a response from some of these models that will give you a financial forecast based on probability, and they won't say, this is a bad guess. They'll just give you the guess. Now, I think a lot of the models have some guardrails, and they're sort of like the rules. Like early on, there were guardrails that said, try not to, sort of like Google, do no evil, but what does that mean? Now there's sort of like, if you don't know, say you don't know. Or if you're asking for data that could be harmful to somewhere else, you might have rules or guardrails around it so that you can't use those models to do that. If you're a black hat hacker, you probably are taking the open source model and removing the guardrails so that you can weaponize AI. If you're a white hacker, you both have, it's an arms race, you're both using those tools. Next thing we're going to talk about is distillation. So distillation is when one model trains another. So say we got ChatGPT and they're Jedi. Say we have DeepSeek and they're Padawan. And what they did, purportedly, and data scientists tell you, yeah, that's the only way they could have gotten caught up that quick, is they used the output from like the GPT-4 models to train DeepSeek, and that's how they caught up on a lot of vectors. Because Sam Altman already stole the data off the internet, so they're like, well, we'll just use his model to train that model. And he didn't steal it all, he stole some of it, or borrowed it without permission. And so that's distillation, but by deploying these models, you can have the more capable model train the less capable model. And you may not train it to the same level, but you might train it in the same sort of segment of data. So say you want to make a coding assistant, and they have really good coding in Meta's Llama or in one of the other ones, like, does anybody here use Cursor? Cursor is like the hottest coding agent out there. GitHub Copilot, they might have potentially used those coding capabilities to inform the input for the other model on a specialized model. So just imagine it as like, a really, really well-versed teacher teaching a student, and then the student becomes the grad student, eventually they become a professor based on some of these outputs. So we talked a lot about training. The other thing is inference, and that's the processing that happens when you ask it to analyze data. And this is where most of us are using things today. When we ask ChatGPT, we're not training it. We're saying, here's your data, you're trained, you're the expert, and based on my question, you're going to infer from all your language what the answer is. That's what we do all day long, is when I see, a new dog, and I'm like, oh, that sort of looks like my dog. It must be a doodle. That's an inference, right? So it has this data and applies it to the world. Inference is going to be the thing that is determining our performance today. Here's the thing. Remember I said that we are basically at an understanding of like a 4-year-old? There's one way that you can actually improve that, and that's by running more inference on it, so taking longer to think. And that's called test time compute. So think about this from how many people here are sysadmin or run systems or Linux, and okay? So think about this. What ChatGPT or OpenAI has the problem of, they're just burning money. There's just, their data centers are humming all the time. So if you are you want the inference to return an answer quickly and not burn up too much GPU. If it keeps running, then it can't run more queries and you hit capacity faster. But if you can make the test time compute longer, then it can think longer. So has anybody seen like prompting tricks like they said, take your time, break this up into steps? That's going to use more inference. And there's 2 reasons why that works. Is one, it simplifies the problem. But when you say take more time, you're taking more GPU compute to run those test time compute. There's something else that's like long horizon stuff, but that you can Google. I'm not really qualified to talk about it, but I think that's another thing that is interesting. So we hit tokens a little earlier. I just wanted to give you an example of what they look like. Is, those are the words. I'm going to put my glasses in so I can point to the top or the bottom. So you can see how I have the colored like little blocks. That's taking that and tokenizing that into those numbers for the probabilities. And then if you look at the early days, the context window, or the number of tokens that you could put into a query, it would take, it's not words, so I use like this little conversion at the bottom. Say you wanted to summarize a piece of text, you would know that piece of text, if it had 4 characters in English, is basically 1 token. It's not perfect, because you can see that the tokens are in little different shapes. And that's important for these context windows. So that's what the token limit is a context window. So think about a conversation we have at a cocktail party. At the beginning, this happens to me all the time. It happened to me the other night. I was at dinner with my friend Joseph, and we met 3 guys. I remember everything about them except names, because at the very beginning, we all introduced our names. I know that like Dan, who I remembered later, he works at Anduril, so he gets to play with the world's coolest robots. And I remember that. I couldn't remember his first name. It was driving me nuts. I sat next to Chris. I'm like, man, all I can think of, his last name was Wall, and I was like, all I can think of is Electric Shaver. I couldn't remember his first name all day today until like right before this. So that's the beginning of my context window. So say my context window, instead of being tokens, was just a half an hour. And we went to dinner and we were there for 3 hours. What happens is that it's hard to remember what happened earlier on, because you only have so much short-term memory in that. That's how these context windows work. So what you typically do is, if I had something bigger than my context window, say my context window, and I'm just going to use round numbers. My context window was 100, and I had 1,000, tokens worth of context. What happens is it remembers just those within that window. But what you can do is take that 1,000 words and chunk it. And what you think about it as, I chunk it into a little bit more than 10 chunks, because I don't want it to just chunk at the ends what the original, and there's other ways to chunk, but the first way that we really looked at it is you do an overlap. So the last sentence would overlap into the next one so that you would know that it could put those pieces together, and that's how you get around the context window. So if you wanted it to analyze a book, and you knew the context window was 100,000 tokens, and you can use something called a tokenizer to tell you how big, you might say, oh, it's not going to be able to do this well because it's outside the context window. It's probably not even going to do it all that well if it's a big context window anyhow, because it's hard. What you want to do is try and break it up into logical sections like chapters and have it do it chapter by chapter, and then combine the summaries into one summarization. Next thing, feedback loops. This is the important part. Like, we can train it, we can fine tune it, but it's not going to be perfect. So that's why I was talking about the little thumbs up, thumbs down in these chat bots to give feedback loops. You might have, you know, that's a user validating or not validating that. You may see that if it's a coding agent, it might write code and then write a unit test and it fails the unit test, then that's implicit feedback. You also have these sort of old school machine learning tests. Like, you can have error tests, there are F-scores, there's all these things that have been around for machine learning algorithms for a while, and there's new tests coming out, but this is part of what we call evaluation. So if you're monitoring person right now, you might use observability. Think of this as evaluation as observability for LLMs. This is going to be the hot thing for people that are putting AI into production this year. But the best one of all is probably going to be human in the loop, because remember, 4-year-olds, I may act like a 4-year-old, but I'm a little smarter than one, and just a little bit. But the humans in the loop are probably the best form of feedback. Unfortunately, my CPU clock speed is not nearly as good as a A100 card in a data center, so I can't keep up, and that's why GPUs or by human in the loop is important, but is just not going to be scaling the same way that, you know, machine learning and some of these other things are. I'm going to end up today, we're at 52 minutes, with AI agents. Normally, this would have taken me, I would have gone deep in all of this stuff and given you examples, but hopefully this gives you the overview. AI agents, I think, are the most interesting thing that are going forward. What they're going to do is, today, most of what you get in ChatGPT is like response-based, but these are goal-oriented. So I use about maybe 100 agents that do tasks for me all week long, but the tasks are so simple. But what they do are they create an outcome. So they have, what they are basically, I call them smart workflows today. As we get more and more capable, and you can, like some of the tricks I talked about, like longer test time compute, they can be a little bit better, but they're not capable enough for them to write my newsletter. Or they could, but it would, you know, it would really stink because it doesn't have the human in the loop. What they are good at is, if you take a newsletter, there's different parts of it. So there's a title. Titles are super important in newsletter. If you get an email, the first thing you got to do is get it to open. So there's a guy I know who's like the master of this, and I took all of his tips and tricks and FAQs, built a knowledge base for my agent of that, and then I gave it prompt that said, here are the instructions. So I want you to write a headline for a newsletter. In that headline, I'm like 35 characters. This is all geeky newsletter stuff, but these are my specifics. 35 characters usually is about the perfect length for a newsletter title. Having an emoji helps. Having good preview text helps to get it open. But I don't even have my agent. He's just the headline agent. Then I have the preview text, and the preview text is what shows up there. And I said, based on this title and this content, come up with preview text that entices the reader to read. And that's another task. And then I get to my newsletter, and in my newsletter I have a lead. So I have a lead writer that takes the story that I want to tell and writes the lead to get you to want to read the rest of the newsletter. And then I have a feature article. That's another agent and another task. And then I have, the closing. And then I have the metadata that I put into it. So when I publish it on the web, my meta description, my SEO title. My SEO title may be different than my newsletter title. So I have an expert for each one of those things. And then I have a copywriter. And that copywriter goes through and uses certain conventions. Like I use contractions, but if you had a spell checker that said, my 9th grade English teacher, Mrs. Wolf, would not be happy that I'm using contractions in a business setting. But that's my style. I like the M dash. I want to use M dashes. I don't want to use semicolons. I think that's like sort of weird. I want to bold out points. I want to do all these sort of things, and that's the copywriter. And then I have an editor, and the editor at the end looks at everything we put together, and it gives me a draft. So I probably started with what's the topic of my newsletter, points I want to bring out, do research on the different trends, and all those little things together. And then at the end, I have my editor-in-chief that pulls it all together. And then the human in the loop is Mark. So that's what it is today. But if you notice, the editor-in-chief, all those little things together is putting together a final product. And it's like 60, 70% there when I get it. And then I'll go through, and sometimes it's cool because it has the search capability, and it'll do a little research. So I may have seen one article on DeepSeek, and then Jan LeCun, who's the head of AI at Meta, might have added something. Or Ethan Mollick is a professor at University of Pennsylvania. And those guys are super smart, and they've given some more color. And it might say, hey, well, Ethan Mollick says this, or Jan says this, or Yogi, who's in Toronto, is one of the other godfathers, or Jeffrey Hinton said, yeah, the Terminator's coming, we should all leave. Whatever it is, those different tasks are broken up. It does the research. It gives me 70%. So what makes my newsletter good, or at least in my opinion, is that last 30%. But that's where I'm good, It doesn't take a genius to go run a Google search. It doesn't take a genius to use good grammar. It doesn't take a genius to look at the patterns for what good newsletter titles are. But at the end, it's sort of like when you're a chef in a kitchen, you taste it at the end and you're like, oh, it needs a little more salt, it needs a little more spice, I need to thin it out, I need to thicken it up. That's what you do. And so whether it's writing a newsletter, writing a report, doing research, breaking up everything into tasks is really important. And that's why I think the most critical skill for AI is critical thinking. So if you are someone who codes, you are used to breaking things into subroutines, logical units, accomplishing tasks, that's going to be really good. When adults come to my classes and say, what should I tell my kid to go to school for? They're like, he was going to go for comp sci. I'm like, this is just me, but if it was me, I would not send my kid to comp sci. I'd send them for philosophy because it makes you a better critical thinker. And I think that's the sort of skill of the next 10 years. I mean, there's still all of our IT skills for the next 10, 15 years are still going to be relevant, but the ability to really, and a lot of people get in, and I'm this way, is you get on autopilot and you stop being critical. Well, these agents can go on autopilot for the simple tasks, and that's not what's going to differentiate yourself. So my takeaway here is these are my 3 favorite open source AI projects. I will be totally transparent with you. I use something called Taskade because it's really easy for me to take my ChatGPT prompts and my knowledge base, transfer it over, and share it across with different people. But these are getting really good. Crew AI is probably one of the most popular ones for most people. Creates agents. It's pretty cool. This is really cool. And so here's a funny thing. I ask it to summarize. I'm an open source advocate. I do not use the hyphen in open source because it's a trademark and has a certain meaning. AI and really Grammarly and Webster or whoever has decided there's a hyphen in there. I'm like, drives me nuts. I summarized what I wrote, and I didn't catch it because I didn't use my copywriter that tells me that I don't do that. But Obot from Acorn, if you look on GitHub, is really interesting because what they decided, there's two ways that I've noticed people building agents. The first way is it looks like a flow chart. I think that's a terrible way to design an agent. The interface they use is natural language, and it looks like you're talking to ChatGPT to generate the agent and all the actions. I like them. And then IBM has their BAI agent framework. I think that's really cool because not only do they have their own agent framework, but it can manage agents from other domains. So that was 60 minutes on the nose, 8 hours. I will be around for as long as you want for questions, but if you have questions, email me. I put my phone number in there. If you subscribe to the newsletter and respond to the newsletter, I answer every one of those questions. Not in short order, but I eventually answer all those questions. And next, in a couple days, I'm going to launch a free community on SCIRREL where people can ask questions, and I'll have a group of moderators on all this kind of stuff to help out, because the reason I do this is I think this is really going to be disruptive, and I like to teach, and if people don't have resources that are trustworthy, all those scary scenarios about people losing their job and not being, relevant will come true, and I don't think it has to be that way. So I appreciate your time. Thanks for bearing with me as I scream through 8 hours and 60 minutes, and thanks for coming. You're missing dinner or drinks or game night, but I'll be around afterwards for any questions.
Oh, hold on really quick. Yeah, please, thank you. Give it up for Bart there. Really appreciate it.
Oh, you want the URL at the beginning? Yeah, if you just go to bit.ly/AI SCaLE and put in your email address, I'll send you the slides, and you'll get my newsletter that you can reply to me with any questions, and I will answer them. Plus some free training stuff that I'm going to put out there that is probably a decent resource. So I'll answer questions.
Yeah, we have about 5 minutes where we can take some questions before the next group comes into this room. Any questions? Everybody good? You're going to get a lot of emails.
Or am I just going to I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning with like 50 emails, and they're like, you told me not to send my kid to college for comp sci, and I just paid his tuition.
Right.
Sir?
Oh, hold on one sec, please. Let me bring you the microphone.
What can you tell me about Claude AI?
What AI?
Claude, C-L-A-D-E.
Oh, Claude. So Claude is the question is Claude AI, which is a large language model from Anthropic. They're in the same genre and size as OpenAI's models. The thing about Claude that's cool is, like, each one sort of has a little bit of a better thing. The two things I think Claude does is I think it's a better writer than ChatGPT, and it's a better coder in a lot of ways. And the thing that's cool about Claude is something called artifacts. So you can create like a project, and it's like a group of chats where, say you're going to write your own web server. You could iterate over and over within that artifact and then publish it. I think what we are going to do is a lot of us are going to write our own personal apps in the future, and Claude is pretty good about not just writing the code, but deploying it. It is proprietary. The other thing I don't like about Claude is it doesn't have the web search, which means that you've got to, like, if I wanted to analyze my, newsletters, I have to load the newsletters in there, and that's just an extra step, whereas, the web search indexing that ChatGPT is. But it's pretty affordable. They're all pretty affordable. I will tell you that there's two things that I really like that is Claude doesn't have to the same. They have something called a computer use model, which is interesting, is they can actually orchestrate and do things on a computer desktop. I think that's another thing that's interesting about them. But the stuff I like right now that I think is the most powerful are things that do deep research. So ChatGPT has the capability to do deep research. If you want to shell out $200 a month, they have their ChatGPT Pro, and they allocate a lot more compute time for the deep research go through. The better deal is Gemini Advanced 1.5 Pro. They do deep research, but that's $20 a month. So that's my overview is Claude, I think, good writer. So a lot of times I'll do my thinking or on something called Canvas, which is a ChatGPT thing where it's sort of like Claude artifacts, and I'll cut it, paste it into Claude to do writing. If I wanted to analyze a piece of code, which I don't do a lot of times I'll compare across. So I'm doing my own mixture of experts, but I'm the LLM router, and it's not very technically efficient. Yep.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much for coming. We do have one more session in here tonight. It's a Birds of a Feather session for Alma Linux and Elevate for the in-place upgrades. So they're coming in at 7:30. All right, thank you.
There is your cable.
Oh, thank you.
What do you think?